Warrior Lore. Chapter 640. On the other hand, the gazes of the surrounding crowd of spectators became slightly strange. They'd never imagined that such a thing had occurred earlier. But when they recalled the scene from before, they realized that the development of the matter didn't seem to be so smooth. Something seemed to have occurred on the side of the second young master, Zhang Shouyuan. Second young master warmly invited me to spar with him and said not to overdo it. I naturally couldn't refuse. Duan Lingtian continued. But who would have imagined that right when the second young master made a move against me, he suddenly seemed as if he was possessed by something, and he abandoned me and charged towards the lake instead. He kept shouting my name loudly and kept attacking the lake, as if he'd gone mad. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he looked at the woman. Madam, could it be that the second young master has really gone mad? You. The woman was angered to the point her expression was unsightly to the extreme. She kept having the feeling that the course of the matter was absolutely not so simple. No one knew her son better than her. She was sure that her son hadn't gone mad. Everything that had occurred earlier was absolutely related to the violet-clothed young man before her. But now, even if she spoke of her thoughts, would anyone believe her? Not to mention others. Even she found it difficult to explain why the violet-clothed young man was able to make her son suddenly seem as if he'd gone mad and charge into the lake by himself before attacking the air and the lake water like a madman. You've really made a good friend. In the end, the woman glared at Duan Lingtian, and then she glanced deeply at Zhang Shouyong before taking the unconscious Zhang Shouyuan and leaving while gnashing her teeth slightly. For a time, a wave of booing arose from the surrounding crowd of spectators. The second young master surely has ill intentions when looking for this guest of the eldest young master to spar, and it's even to the extent that he wants to use him to strike a blow at the eldest young master. This isn't difficult to guess, but perhaps the second young master never imagined that the outcome would be like this. Yeah, if he knew beforehand, he would surely not act in that way. The second young master has really lost face this time. Didn't you see the madam's expression turn dark earlier? The surrounding crowd of spectators guessed what had happened. It wasn't a secret in the Zhang clan that the second young master and eldest young master were on bad terms. Disperse. A brilliant smile appeared on Zhang Shouyong's face when he saw that the woman had suffered a setback. Soon after, he looked towards the group of people around the lake and instructed. Immediately, the crowd of onlookers dispersed. For a moment, the entire lake and the pavilion in the middle of the lake regained their tranquility. Brother Ling Tian, I truly never imagined that after not seeing you for so many years, you've actually grasped such a terrifying ability. You utterly don't have to make a move against a 6th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist before being able to toy with him in the palm of your hand. Zhang Shouyong asked Duan Lingtian to sit down inside. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian said modestly. Brother Lingtian, you're too humble. I've never seen or heard of such a method of yours before. Looks like it isn't difficult for you to advance in the dynasty martial competition this time with your strength. In the end, Zhang Shouyong was full of confidence in Duan Lingtian. I also hope to advance and see the young experts of the other 9 dynasties. Duan Lingtian smiled. Presently, his cultivation was at the 5th level of the Void Initiation stage. Warrior Lord, relying on Origin Stones, if nothing unexpected happened, he ought to be able to break through to the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage before the Dynasty Martial Competition half a year from now arrived. At that time, his spiritual force would advance to the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage. Perhaps, relying on my 8th level Void Initiation stage, spiritual force to execute the soul skill, 1,000 Illusions, would be sufficient to become eminent in the Dark Han Dynasty's Dynasty Martial Competition. But during the Dynasty Martial Competition, there would surely be no lack of experts from the various empires and dynasties amongst the spectators. There would surely be many inscription masters amongst these people. Their spiritual forces would surely be on the group of young geniuses that were competing for the Dynasty Martial Competition at all times. In the past, even though there were inscription masters present in the Young Genius Competition of the Darkstone Empire and the Genius Competition of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there weren't many. Moreover, The level of their spiritual forces was limited, and it was difficult for them to see through the soul skill, thousand illusions, that I combined my spiritual force with my soul brand. But in the Dark Han dynasty, there would surely be inscription masters capable of seeing through the soul skill, thousand illusions, that I executed. Once my soul skill, thousand illusions, is exposed, I'm afraid I'll bring disaster upon myself. Those inscription masters would surely be interested in the soul skill, thousand illusions, that I possess. So during the dynasty martial competition, besides being unable to rashly utilize high-grade spirit weapons, I can't even utilize the soul skill, thousand illusions. In his previous life, Duan Lingtian was a mercenary that walked out from a mountain of corpses and an ocean of blood, and he understood the principle that the hearts of men were sinister. In this lifetime, he'd even fused with the memories of the Emperor Wu of Samsara, causing his thoughts to be even more meticulous. He didn't allow himself to be placed in an unknown danger. So, he made a decision. No matter if it was the dynasty martial competition or the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, if he didn't have absolute confidence in not being noticed by others, he wouldn't rashly utilize the soul skill, thousand illusions. I hope I'll be able to smoothly break through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage during the Dynasty Martial competition. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to become eminent. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Now, I only hope that Pavilion Master Xiang will be able to help me obtain a spirit fruit used by Void Initiation stage martial artists before the Dynasty Martial competition, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. As for the ageless root, Duan Lingtian didn't dare think about it. Of course, if he was really able to obtain the ageless root, Duan Lingtian would surely be overjoyed. Obtaining the ageless root meant that he would be able to refine the rebirth pill. With his current cultivation, he was perhaps unable to digest even 1/10,000 of the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, but even if it was less than 1/10,000 of the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, it would surely be sufficient to allow him to advance a few levels. I'm currently at the 5th level of the Void Initiation stage. If I'm able to consume the rebirth pill, I don't dare say I'll be able to break through to the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage in a short period of time, but the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage would surely not have any suspense. This was something that Duan Lingtian was extremely sure of. The Emperor Wu of Samsara had once consumed a rebirth pill, and he was extremely clear about how terrifying the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill was. But unfortunately, obtaining the ageless root isn't a simple matter. Now, I don't dare think about obtaining the ageless root before the Dynasty Martial competition. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. I only hope that I'm able to obtain the ageless root before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties begins and refine the rebirth pill from there. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for me to stand out and become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. In next to no time, Wang Qiong brought along a few servant girls that carried fine wine and delicacies into the pergola at the center of the lake. Sister-in-law, sit down as well. Duan Lingtian smiled as he called out to Wang Qiong when he saw the servant girls put down the fine wine and delicacies. Wang Qiong replied and sat by Zhang Shouyong's side, and there was slight worry mixed between her brows as she looked at Zhang Shouyong. I heard the madam came over earlier? Wang Qiong had obviously heard of what happened earlier. Wang Qiong was obviously slightly afraid of the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife.
Yes.
Zhang Shouyong nodded. There's no need to care about her. Even if she suspects that Brother Ling Tian did it, she doesn't have any proof, and no one will believe her. Wang Qiong heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this. Big Brother Zhang, sister-in-law, long time no see. Let me toast both of you. Duan Lingtian raised his wine cup as he looked at Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong, and he smiled lightly. Haha, all right. Zhang Shouyong laughed heartily as he hurriedly raised his wine cup to return the toast. For a time, the atmosphere in the pergola at the center of the lake rose, and Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong chatted happily. Little Sister Fei still hasn't returned? After 3 rounds of wine, Wang Qiong asked Duan Lingtian. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and then he said with a smile, this time, I intend to use the opportunity of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties to head to the foreign lands At that time, I'll go look for little Fei. Wang Qiong nodded. Duan Lingtian's words were undoubtedly filled with confidence towards himself, and he was confident that he would be able to become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and join the powers of the foreign lands. At that time, you and I can go together. Zhang Shouyong laughed loudly. After the three of them finished the fine wine and delicacies, Duan Lingtian looked at the wine gourd on Zhang Shouyong's waist, and his brows raised. Big brother Zhang, this wine gourd is your current weapon? You intend to use the dynasty martial competition and the martial competition of the 10 dynasties against your enemies? Zhang Shouyong said with a smile, Brother Lingtian, I seem to have introduced it to you that day, right? Don't look down on it. It's a grade 5 spirit weapon. I know. Duan Lingtian nodded. At that time, Big Brother Zhang even said that this wine gourd of yours is able to hold 5,000 kilograms of wine. But all the young geniuses in the dynasty martial competition surely possess a grade 5 spirit weapon. Even if it's a grade 4 spirit weapon, I'm afraid many young geniuses possess one. I know. Zhang Shouyong nodded, and then he sighed. Our Zhang clan gave me a grade 4 spirit weapon not long ago. But I'm used to using this wine gourd, and I'm really not used to using other grade 4 spirit weapons. As he finished speaking, Zhang Shouyong stretched out his hand to stroke the wine gourd on his waist, as if he was stroking his second lover. The status of this wine gourd in Zhang Shouyong's heart could be seen from this. Big brother Zhang, have you thought of asking a grade 4 weapons craftsman to help you improve this wine gourd to a grade 4 spirit weapon? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. I've naturally thought of this, and I even mentioned it to my father. But unfortunately, that grade 4 weapons craftsman that's familiar with our Zhang clan is only skilled in refining grade 4 spirit weapons like blades and swords, and he doesn't have the confidence to refine a different grade 4 spirit weapon like the wine gourd. Zhang Shouyong spoke with slight regret. Big brother Zhang, go look for some materials, and then give me the materials in this wine gourd. I'll give you a brand new wine gourd in a few days. How about it? Duan Lingtian spoke to Zhang Shouyong with a smile on his face from the beginning until the end. Zhang Shouyong was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he said with slight surprise, Brother Lingtian, you know a grade 4 weapons craftsman? Chapter 641. Earlier, when he saw Duan Lingtian execute an ability that was difficult to see through, Zhang Shouyong was already extremely shocked. Now, based on Duan Lingtian's words, he seemed to know a grade 4 weapons craftsman, and it caused him to be even more shocked. He suddenly felt the little fellow that he had to take care of all those years ago had already truly grown up. Perhaps it won't be long before he'll be able to surpass me. Wait, perhaps he's already surpassed me now. Zhang Shouyong sighed in his heart. In terms of age, compared to Duan Lingtian, he was almost 10 years older. But his natural talent and ability was something he felt ashamed of being inferior to. Not to mention anything else, just the ability Duan Lingtian used to deal with his second brother, Zhang Shouyuan. From the beginning until the end, he wasn't able to clearly see what was going on. If it wasn't for him seeing Duan Lingtian's composure at that time and realizing that it was Duan Lingtian's ability, he would have been completely clueless. Otherwise, he would really be the same as the crowd of spectators at that time, and think that Zhang Shouyuan himself had gone mad. Grade 4 weapons craftsman? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh in his heart when he heard Zhang Shouyong. He wasn't a grade 4 weapons craftsman now. Presently, his cultivation had broken through to the void initiation stage and was already capable of condensing a grade 3 weapon flame. So long as he had sufficient materials, he was completely capable of refining a grade 3 spirit weapon. But he didn't expose it for now. Sort of. Zhang Shouyong was slightly unable to understand what Duan Lingtian meant. But he saw the strong confidence contained within Duan Lingtian's eyes at this moment, as if confident that he would surely be able to return him a brand new grade 4 spirit weapon, the wine gourd. For a time, his breathing became hurried. Brother Lingtian, what materials do you need? I'll go look for them right away. Zhang Shouyong was slightly impatient. Even in his dreams, he wanted to upgrade the wine gourd he carried with him to a grade 4 spirit weapon. Now that he saw hope, he naturally wouldn't miss it. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, and with a raise of his hand, He withdrew a brush and paper from his spatial ring. Duan Ling Tian waved his brush and wrote a dense number of words on a piece of white paper in a flamboyant style. If there was a high-grade weapon refiner here, he would definitely be shocked to see the materials written by Duan Ling Tian. This was because the materials Duan Ling Tian had written down were all materials required to craft a grade 3 spirit weapon. Some of the materials were even the main materials required to refine grade 3 spirit weapons. However, Zhang Shouyong was unaware of all this. As the saying goes, every profession has its own specialization. Although his martial Dao talent was high, he knew nothing about the Dao of weapon refinement. That's all. Soon, Duan Ling Tian put away his brush. He wrote down a pile of materials. Apart from some materials needed to help Zhang Shouyong upgrade the grade of the Spirit Artifact Gourd, there were also some materials needed to upgrade the Grade 4 Spirit Artifact Medicinal Cauldron in his possession. He believed that with the Zhang clan's ability, they would be able to gather these materials very quickly. I'll go collect them now. Zhang Shouyong received the paper in Duan Lingtian's hand and hurriedly stood up, and he was slightly impatient. But before he left, he seemed to have thought of something, and he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Brother Lingtian, why don't you stay in our Zhang clan estate for a period of time? After I've finished collecting these materials, you can leave with my spirit artifact gourd and go look for that weapons refinement grandmaster?" Sure. Duan Lingtian nodded and agreed. As far as he was concerned, there wasn't much of a difference between staying in the Zhang clan estate and returning to the Darkstone Empire's estate in the capital. Moreover, he was only familiar with Suli over there. On the other hand, Suli had been elusive recently, and he rarely had any interactions with Suli. Instead, he had Zhang Shouyong to drink and chat with in this Zhang clan estate, and it was rather pleasant. Qiong, return to the courtyard and prepare a guest room for Brother Ling Tian. I'll go collect these materials for weapon refinement. In next to no time, Zhang Shouyong spoke to Wang Qiong before leaving hastily. The matter was related to the grade of his wine gourd, so he didn't dare dally. Brother Ling Tian, I've embarrassed myself in front of you. Wang Qiong spoke with slight embarrassment when she saw her husband leave hastily. It's fine. I can understand Big Brother Zhang's feelings. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian was led by Wang Qiong to return to the courtyard she and Zhang Shouyong resided in. The courtyard was extremely spacious, and there were many unused rooms. Wang Qiong got 2 servant girls to clean up a room for Duan Lingtian before allowing Duan Lingtian to stay. See if there's anything you need, feel free to ask. After Duan Lingtian stayed, Wang Qiong spoke with a light smile. All right, Duan Lingtian replied. I'll be troubling sister-in-law. It's no trouble. Wang Qiong shook her head, and then she left the room. Brother Lingtian, rest well? I'll be leaving first. After Wang Qiong left, she closed the door behind her. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed instead, and he held the wind concept fragment in his hand before withdrawing a mid-grade origin stone and starting to cultivate. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, earth dragon form. Duan Lingtian was completely immersed in his cultivation, and he'd forgotten the time. After the mid-grade origin stone was consumed, Duan Lingtian withdrew another mid-grade origin stone and continued cultivating. Coupled with the assistance of the wind concept fragment, his cultivation and wind concept were improving at an extremely swift speed. During this period of time, Duan Lingtian would occasionally feel hungry, and he'd leave his room to eat. On the other hand, Wang Qiong would get someone to specially prepare delicacies for him every single time. When one cultivated to Duan Lingtian's current level, one was already capable of abstaining from eating to a certain extent, and one was able to only eat after a long period of time, and it wouldn't affect one's body in the slightest. Duan Lingtian forgot the time while cultivating. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian woke up from his cultivation. Another mid-grade origin stone is gone. As he looked at the stone in his hand that had lost the spirit energy of the heaven and earth and seemed to be dim and lusterless, Duan Lingtian shook his head, and he casually tossed the stone aside. Then, another mid-grade primordial stone appeared in his hand, right when Duan Lingtian intended to continue cultivating. Brother Lingtian. Duan Lingtian heard a wave of voices from outside the door. This voice wasn't unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. It was precisely Zhang Shouyong's voice. Big Brother Zhang has returned? Duan Lingtian left his bed and opened the door. Outside the door, Zhang Shouyong was shockingly standing there. Big brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Zhang Shouyong. Brother Lingtian, I found all the materials you wanted. Here. With a raise of his hand, Zhang Shouyong passed a spatial ring that had already removed its ownership to Duan Lingtian. So fast? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. It's already been a month. How is this fast? Zhang Shouyong didn't take it seriously when he heard Duan Lingtian. After all, during this past month, besides utilizing the connections of the Zhang clan to search for that pile of materials, he himself had personally gone all over to search for these materials. This also caused him to not return many times in this past month. But Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. It's been a month? Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. He never imagined that so many days had passed. He, who'd always been immersed in cultivation, thought that only 10+ days had passed since he came to look for Zhang Shouyong that day. After receiving the spatial ring from Zhang Shouyong, Duan Lingtian looked at the wine gourd on Zhang Shouyong's waist. Big brother Zhang, give me your spirit weapon gourd. All right. Zhang Shouyong hurriedly nodded, then took off the wine gourd and passed it to Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian. Right at this moment, Zhang Shouyong hesitated for a moment before saying, during the process of searching for those materials, I heard a grade 5 weapons craftsman say. Amongst those materials, a portion of them are of extremely high grade, and it's even useless to refine a grade 4 spirit weapon. What? Big brother Zhang is worried that I'll cheat you of your materials? Duan Lingtian started laughing. Of course not. Zhang Shouyong hurriedly shook his head. I didn't mean it like that. I'm just curious. That person is only a grade 5 weapons craftsman after all, and in terms of knowledge, he's naturally unable to compare to that grade 4 weapons craftsman that brother Lingtian knows. As he finished speaking, Zhang Shouyong's tone contained slight flattery. After all, his spirit weapon gourd still required the help of that grade 4 weapons craftsman to improve its grade. Haha, big brother Zhang. Actually, that grade 5 weapons craftsman isn't wrong. Duan Lingtian laughed loudly. Zhang Shouyong was stunned. But, big brother Zhang, you're mistaken about one thing. I didn't ask for these materials from you, to ask someone to help you improve your spirit weapon gourd to a grade 4 spirit weapon. After the smile on Duan Lingtian's face vanished, he slowly spoke. Not to improve it to a grade 4 spirit weapon? Duan Lingtian's words caused Zhang Shouyong to be unable to react for a moment. This time, Duan Lingtian didn't reply to Zhang Shouyong, and instead lightly smiled as he looked at the latter, waiting for him to react. In next to no time, Zhang Shouyong finally reacted. Brother Lingtian, the weapons craftsman you're looking for wouldn't be a grade 3 weapons craftsman, right? Zhang Shouyong's breathing became hurried, and he panted heavily as he spoke. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. The weapons craftsman I'm looking for is indeed a grade 3 weapons craftsman. Big brother Zhang, when you see this spirit weapon gourd of yours again, it will undergo a tremendous change. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he shook the wine gourd in his hand. An earth-shattering change? Zhang Shouyong's chest rose and fell with excitement, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. He knew the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. I'm going to have a grade 3 spirit weapon? At this moment, Zhang Shouyong even felt as if he was dreaming. But he quickly realized that all this wasn't a dream, and it was real. Big brother Zhang, I'll be leaving first. I'll come look for you again a month from now. At that time, I'll bring your spirit weapon gourd back to you as well. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian put away Zhang Shouyong's wine gourd, then bid farewell to Zhang Shouyong before leaving the room with large strides. On the other hand, Zhang Shouyong, who recovered from his shock, personally sent Duan Lingtian out of his own courtyard and out of the Zhang clan estate. Big brother Zhang, just wait properly. At the entrance of the Zhang clan estate, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he looked at Zhang Shouyong, whose eyes were still mixed with excitement. Then he turned around and left. Chapter 642. After Duan Lingtian left the Zhang clan estate, he naturally didn't go look for a grade 3 weapons craftsman. Not to mention he didn't know any grade 3 weapons craftsman. Even if he did, he wouldn't go look for one. After all, he himself was a Grade 3 weapons craftsman. With the Grade 3 weapon flame he currently possessed, he was entirely capable of refining a Grade 3 spirit weapon himself. Relying on the lifetime of experience of Samsara Emperor Wu in weapon refinement, he was capable of refining a Grade 3 spirit weapon that was even more outstanding than a Grade 3 spirit weapon refined by an ordinary weapons craftsman. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian found an inn in the capital to stay at. The first thing he did after staying at the inn was to take out the spatial ring Zhang Shouyong gave him earlier and withdraw a large pile of materials from within. These materials were precisely the pile of materials he'd asked Zhang Shouyong to prepare. I'll increase the grade of the cauldron first. Duan Lingtian wasn't in a hurry to help Zhang Shouyong increase the grade of the spirit weapon bottle gourd, and instead took out his Grade 4 spirit weapon cauldron and combined it with a small portion of the materials to increase its grade. Hiss! A strand of violet-colored flames burned on Duan Lingtian's palm. Moreover, a layer of copper edges could be seen jumping around this violet-colored flame. Violet copper weapon flame. A flame like this was precisely the Grade 3 weapon flame. After a short moment, the cauldron and the pile of materials transformed into puddles of liquid under the sweep of the weapon flame, and they separated into the surroundings and floated in the air. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's hands started moving, and the speed became faster and faster. Whoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian's hands were swift to the extreme, and some afterimages could be vaguely seen. If a high-grade weapons craftsman was here, he would surely be greatly shocked when he saw the scene before his eyes. Only because Duan Lingtian was executing an extremely complicated weapon refinement technique now. This complicated weapon refinement technique was profound and unfathomable, and ordinary people were unable to see through it. One could imagine that a Grade 3 spirit weapon, refined with such a weapon refinement technique, would surely be extremely outstanding. An hour passed. The puddles of liquid started to merge into one. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. After a full 7 hours, Duan Lingtian finally stopped. At the same time, a medicinal cauldron flickering with a faint bronze luster slowly descended from the air. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian raised his hand and easily caught the medicinal cauldron. Grade 3 Spirit Artifact Cauldron. Looking at the cauldron in his hand, Duan Lingtian smiled. With this cauldron, it meant that as long as he had sufficient materials, he would be able to refine Grade 3 pills. After putting away the medicinal cauldron, Duan Lingtian wasn't in a hurry to continue refining Zhang Shouyong's gourd. Instead, he went to the window of the inn and opened it. At this time, Duan Lingtian realized that the sky was already filled with red clouds. It was obviously evening. I didn't expect it to take so long, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After washing up, Duan Lingtian lay on the bed and slept. Refining a Grade 3 spirit artifact required concentration and couldn't slack off in the slightest. So, the current Duan Lingtian was slightly exhausted. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian fell asleep. He slept until he woke up naturally. After waking up, Duan Lingtian noticed that it was already the afternoon of the next day. Subsequently, he directly got off the bed and stretched his arms and legs, and his face revealed a brilliant smile. I haven't had such a good sleep in a long time. After leaving the inn and going to a nearby restaurant to have a meal, Duan Lingtian returned to his room and started refining the second Grade 3 spirit artifact. Before refining the second Grade 3 spirit artifact, he withdrew Zhang Shouyong's Gourd spirit artifact. The Gourd spirit artifact was a Grade 5 spirit artifact. What Duan Lingtian wanted to do now was to upgrade it to a Grade 3 spirit artifact. This type of spirit artifact is more troublesome than ordinary spirit artifacts like swords and sabers. Even the materials required are varied. Looking at the Gourd spirit artifact in his hand, Duan Lingtian shook his head. As far as he was concerned, this type of Gourd spirit artifact was truly flashy without substance. The materials required to refine this type of spirit artifact was sufficient for him to refine a few spirit swords and spirit sabers of the same grade. Hiss! With a raise of his hand, a strand of violet copper flame once again lit up on Duan Lingtian's palm. In next to no time, the Gourd spirit artifact transformed into a pool of liquid in his hand. As for the other materials required, they transformed into pools of liquid within his weapon flame as well. Duan Lingtian's hands ceaselessly moved, and an extremely profound weapon refinement technique appeared once more. Presently, with a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into the thousand-hand Buddha, and the speed of his weapon refinement technique was so swift that it was sufficient to cause anyone to be shocked. Time silently flowed by. Besides being able to hold a large amount of wine, the gourd spirit artifact was also a formidable offensive spirit artifact at the same time. So, once it was refined, it was much more troublesome than the cauldron. Duan Lingtian had spent 7 hours to refine the Grade 3 spirit artifact cauldron, whereas this Grade 3 spirit artifact gourd had instead spent an entire 15 hours of Duan Lingtian's time. When Duan Lingtian stopped and stood there after successfully refining the Grade 3 spirit artifact gourd, it was already early in the morning of the next day. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of sleepiness assault his body. Unknowingly, he fell onto the bed and fell asleep. When he woke up once more, Duan Lingtian got busy once more, and he used the remaining materials to upgrade the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand to the level of a Grade 3 spirit artifact. Even though I have a quasi-royal grade spirit artifact that's able to provide an amplification of an entire 100%, and a Grade 1 spirit artifact that's able to provide an amplification of almost 90%. But those two spirit artifacts are unable to be used in the Dynasty Martial Competition and Martial Competition of the 10 Dynasties. As the saying goes, a man's wealth is his own ruin. Duan Lingtian believed that if the quasi-royal grade spirit artifact and Grade 1 spirit artifact in his possession were to be exposed, he would surely suffer the pursuit of the numerous experts of the Darkhan dynasty and even the various dynasties. The quasi-royal grade spirit artifact and Grade 1 spirit artifact were too precious, and to a certain extent, it was sufficient to bring calamity to him. So, he urgently needed a spirit artifact that he could use. Whereas a Grade 3 spirit artifact was undoubtedly the best choice. Even though a Grade 3 spirit artifact was sufficient to draw the covetous gazes of others, yet it wasn't to the extent of causing those people to be unbridled. After all, within the territory of the various dynasties, a Grade 3 spirit artifact represented a Grade 3 weapons craftsman, and no one dared rashly offend it. Whereas a Grade 1 spirit artifact and quasi-royal grade spirit artifact were different from a Grade 3 spirit artifact. A spirit artifact of that grade was sufficient to cause any expert of the various dynasties to take a risk for it. Hiss. The Grade 3 weapon flame, violet copper weapon flame, once again lit up in Duan Lingtian's hand. At the same time, he continued to refine the third Grade 3 spirit artifact. This Grade 3 spirit artifact would be a Grade 3 spirit sword. A Grade 3 spirit sword was much easier to refine than the Grade 3 spirit artifact bottle gourd, and Duan Lingtian spent 10 hours before successfully refining it. Done. After 10 hours, Duan Lingtian stopped and looked at the 1-meter-long blade in his hand with a satisfied expression. The violet myrtle flexible sword that had been upgraded to a Grade 3 spirit artifact seemed to have a layer of faint violet sheen around it, and it looked to be extremely extraordinary. Let's try it. With a command in his heart, the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body raged. Whoosh! At the same time, the energy of heaven and earth roiled in the sky above Duan Lingtian before converging into numerous lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes that coiled down. A total of 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, along with Duan Lingtian's origin energy, fusing into the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand. OM. The violet myrtle flexible sword instantly straightened. At the same time, another 4 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 9,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above Duan Lingtian. The 9,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes surrounded the 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes like a host of stars surrounding the moon. Not bad. An amplification of 70%. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile, and he was extremely satisfied with this result. Although I've upgraded Big Brother Zhang's Spirit Artifact Bottle Gourd to a Grade 3 Spirit Artifact earlier, I haven't tested it yet. It ought to be able to provide an amplification of 70%, right? With a curious heart, Duan Lingtian withdrew the spirit artifact bottle gourd, along with his origin energy fusing into the spirit artifact bottle gourd. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian quickly noticed that there were indeed another 4 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 9,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above him. Just like my violet myrtle flexible sword, it can provide an amplification of 70%. Duan Lingtian smiled with satisfaction. After staying in the inn for another month and improving his cultivation and wind concept slightly, Duan Lingtian checked out and left the inn. After he left the inn, he went directly to the Zhang clan estate. Young Master Ling Tian. Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the entrance of the Zhang clan estate when a Zhang clan guard stood out and bowed respectfully and reverently to Duan Lingtian. Young Master Ling Tian. Instantly, the remaining Zhang clan guards hurriedly bowed to Duan Lingtian as well. You know me? Duan Lingtian looked at the Zhang clan guard in the lead with an astounded expression. He remembered it very clearly. 1 month ago, when he came to the Zhang clan estate, this person wasn't amongst the Zhang clan guards that stood here to guard the entrance of the Zhang clan estate. Young Master Ling Tian, perhaps you don't know me, but 1 month ago, I saw you at the artificial lake of our Zhang clan estate. The Zhang clan guard spoke hurriedly. His face was filled with reverence. He knew that even though this violet-clothed young man looked to be very young, he was a good friend of their Zhang clan's eldest young master. So that's how it is. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. 1 month ago, on the artificial lake of the Zhang clan estate, because he'd used his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, to tease Zhang Shouyuan, it had indeed drawn the attention of many Zhang clan members. At that time, he didn't pay attention to the surrounding spectators. Obviously, this Zhang clan guard had joined in the fun from within the crowd that day. Young Master Ling Tian, please. Under the lead of the Zhang clan guard, Duan Lingtian once again walked into the Zhang clan estate and arrived at the courtyard that Zhang Shouyang and his wife resided in. Young Master Ling Tian, I'll be taking my leave first. The Zhang clan guard greeted Duan Lingtian respectfully before turning around and leaving. I'll be troubling you. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he walked into the courtyard. Chapter 643. Brother Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had only just entered the courtyard when he heard an exceedingly excited voice sound out from within. The owner of the voice seemed to have been waiting for him for a long time. Duan Lingtian wasn't unfamiliar with this voice. Big Brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian revealed a slight smile when he saw the Zhang clan's eldest young master, Zhang Shouyang, walk out hastily and appear before him. Brother Lingtian, please. Zhang Shouyang hurriedly invited Duan Lingtian into the courtyard, and at the same time, he instructed the nearby servant girl. No one is allowed to enter without my permission. Yes. Even though the servant girl didn't know what had happened to make the eldest young master lose his composure like this, she still replied respectfully. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian was led into a spacious room by Zhang Shouyang. Zhang Shouyang stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze as he rubbed his palms together and had an expression of anticipation, and he completely didn't have the steady appearance he had before. Brother Lingtian, that spirit weapon bottle gourd of mine. Zhang Shouyang took a deep breath and looked at Duan Lingtian with a hopeful gaze. Alas. Duan Lingtian pretended to sigh. Zhang Shouyang's face went slightly grim when he saw Duan Lingtian acting like this. Could it be that the grade 3 weapons craftsman wasn't willing to help me upgrade the spirit weapon bottle gourd to the grade of a grade 3 spirit weapon? For a time, he felt a slight sense of loss in his heart. Brother Lingtian, it's fine if that senior isn't willing to help. In any case, besides that spirit weapon bottle gourd, I still have another grade 4 spirit weapon. After Zhang Shouyang returned to his senses, he instead consoled Duan Lingtian. Big Brother Zhang. When did I say that senior wasn't willing to help? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh when he saw Zhang Shouyang like this. You. Zhang Shouyang was stunned, then laughed bitterly. Only now did he realize that Duan Lingtian was intentionally sighing earlier. Big Brother Zhang, here. With a raise of his hand, a wine gourd appeared out of thin air before Duan Lingtian passed it to Zhang Shouyang. This is my wine gourd from before? After receiving the wine gourd, Zhang Shouyong looked at the even more exquisite gourd that was emitting a faint luster and could not help but be stunned. The wine gourd now was completely different from the previous wine gourd. If it's not your wine gourd, could it be my wine gourd? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Hearing this, Zhang Shouyong's face turned slightly red. At the same time, a ball of flame formed from origin energy suddenly ignited in his hand, and then fused into the spirit weapon gourd in his hand. In an instant, the luster around the gourd became incomparably deep. Whoosh! Above Zhang Shouyong, the heaven and earth energy stirred and eventually gathered into silhouettes of ancient horn dragons. 11 ancient flood dragon silhouettes appeared first, and they represented Zhang Shouyong's current cultivation at the 8th level of the void initiation stage. Subsequently, another 7 ancient horn dragon silhouettes and 7,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside these 11 ancient horn dragon silhouettes. The 7,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes seemed as if they were worshipping a supreme emperor, and they surrounded the 18 ancient horn dragon silhouettes at the center like a host of stars surrounding the moon. An amplification of the strength of 7 ancient horn dragons and 7,000 ancient mammoths. Zhang Shouyong, who raised his head to look at the sky above him, was slightly stunned for a moment. In other words, my spirit weapon gourd is able to amplify an entire 70% of my strength? Now, even if it's placed amongst a pile of grade 3 spirit weapons, it can be considered to be a top grade amongst top grade spirit weapons? Zhang Shouyong's heart couldn't help but tremble intensely, as the scene before him had truly exceeded his expectations. It caused him to feel extremely shocked. Originally, as far as he was concerned, so long as his spirit weapon gourd was able to advance to the level of a grade 3 spirit weapon, then even if it could only amplify his strength by 66% or 67%, he would still feel satisfied. But now, it was completely out of his expectations. 70%. An entire 70%. A grade 3 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 70%. Even though he wasn't a weapons craftsman and wasn't familiar with the Tao of weapons refinement. But even if he hadn't eaten pork, he'd at least seen a pig run. He believed that, not to mention the Dark Han dynasty, even the various dynasties didn't possess a grade 3 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 70%. It was even to the extent that the foreign lands might not possess one. Duan Lingtian stood at the side with a calm expression. From the beginning until the end, he'd noticed the changes in Zhang Shouyong's expression. He wasn't surprised by Zhang Shouyong's shock. So long as it was an ordinary person, they would surely be shocked after finding out about the amplification of the spirit weapon gourd. The grade 3 spirit weapon I refined is equivalent to a grade 3 spirit weapon personally refined by the Samsara Emperor Wu. An amplification of 70%. In the entire Cloud Continent, there's probably no weapons craftsman capable of refining a grade 3 spirit weapon like this. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Perhaps there were many grade 2 weapons craftsmen and even grade 1 weapons craftsmen in Cloud Continent. However, these weapons craftsmen might be able to easily refine a grade 2 or grade 1 spirit weapon that surpassed a grade 3 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 70%. But if they were asked to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon, it was practically impossible for them to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 70%. It was already unrelated to the grade of the weapons craftsman, and it was related to the comprehension and experience of the weapons craftsman towards the Tao of weapons refinement. I haven't headed to the foreign lands in this era, so I wonder if a figure that can compare to the Samsara Emperor Wu in the Tao of weapons refinement has appeared in Cloud Continent. But I can be sure of one thing. During the second lifetime of the Samsara Emperor Wu, there wasn't a single weapons craftsman in Cloud Continent that could compare to him. This was something that Duan Lingtian was extremely sure of through the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu. Gradually, Duan Lingtian restrained his thoughts. On the other hand, Zhang Shouyong had finally returned to his senses, and he fondled the wine gourd in his hand lovingly, and his eyes were filled with a burning sheen. Big Brother Zhang, that senior said, he only helped you improve the amplification of your wine gourd, yet didn't help you increase the capacity of the wine gourd. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Shouyong and smiled. So, the wine gourd in your hand can only hold as much wine as it could in the past. Zhang Shouyong returned to his senses and shook his head. That's fine. At any rate, its original capacity is already sufficient for me to use. As he finished speaking, Zhang Shouyong completely returned to his senses, and he took a deep breath before looking sincerely at Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, thank you. Zhang Shouyong's gratitude was extremely sincere. Big brother Zhang, you're treating me as an outsider. It's fate that we got to know each other. Not to mention that if it wasn't for you lending a hand in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's ancient city of Everlast that day, I would have probably died at the hands of that withered old man long ago. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile as he spoke slowly. When he recalled the dangerous scene in the Eternal Jade restaurant in the ancient city of Everlast that day, he still had a slight lingering fear in his heart. At that time, not only had the cultivation of Xiong Quan, who'd always followed by his side, been crippled, even he and Li Fei were in imminent danger. At the critical moment, it was precisely Zhang Shouyong that made a move and killed the withered old man. This life-saving grace was something Duan Lingtian would never forget. As the saying goes, karma is a cycle, and kindness is rewarded with kindness. In the past, I didn't really believe these words. Today, I believe them. After being reminded by Duan Lingtian, Zhang Shouyong couldn't help but recall the scene from the past, and he sighed with emotion. Brother Lingtian. In next to no time, Zhang Shouyong's expression became serious as he spoke word by word. In the future, if you have any orders, then I, Zhang Shouyong, will surely go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. In the entire Darkhan dynasty, there was only a single Grade 3 spirit weapon on the surface. Moreover, it was in the hands of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. Now, Duan Lingtian had given him a Grade 3 spirit weapon, and to him, it was an extremely great kindness that he was unable to repay. Big brother Zhang, you're exaggerating, but I really do have something to trouble big brother Zhang with. Duan Lingtian smiled. Please speak. Zhang Shouyong listened respectfully. Big brother Zhang, if it's possible, I hope you can use your connections to help me search for an extremely rare medicinal material. The medicinal material drawn on this is that medicinal material, and I call it the ageless root. With a raise of his hand, a drawing appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. On the drawing, root-shaped medicinal material was presented there, and if one looked carefully, it seemed to be the sharp claw of the legendary divine beast, the phoenix. Ageless root. Zhang Shouyong's brows raised as he solemnly received the drawing from Duan Lingtian. Don't worry, brother Lingtian. I'll do my best to search for this medicinal material for you. Thank you, big brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian hurriedly expressed his gratitude, and then he said, besides that, if big brother Zhang has a way to obtain a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists that you don't need, then I hope you can transfer it to me. I'll surely reward you generously. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian was slightly hesitant. After all, Zhang Shouyong was a void initiation stage martial artist as well. Presently, he was similarly striving on the path to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. If it was a spirit fruit that he hadn't consumed in the past, it would surely be impossible for him to give it to another. Everyone had their own selfish motives. This was something that Duan Lingtian could understand. Brother Lingtian, if you speak like this, then you're not taking me as a friend. You've asked someone to assist me in upgrading my spirit weapon bottle gourd to a Grade 3 spirit weapon, and I owe you a great favor. If I'm really able to obtain a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists, then I'll surely offer it up with both hands without the slightest frown. Zhang Shouyong vowed solemnly. Thank you, big brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian thanked him once more, and then he said, Big brother Zhang, since it's like this, then I'll bid my farewells first. Brother Lingtian, why don't you stay at my place before the dynasty martial competition begins? Zhang Shouyong suggested. There's no need. Duan Lingtian tactfully refused Zhang Shouyong's good intentions. I still have matters to attend to, so it's more convenient for me to return. He still remembered. When he made a trip to the treasure-gathering pavilion in Milky Way City the other day, he'd once told the pavilion master, Xiang Ying, that once there was news of a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists and the ageless root, He should ask Xiang Ying to look for him at the Darkstone Empire's estate in the Dark Han Dynasty's capital. If Xiang Ying really had news and came to look for him, yet he wasn't there, then it would truly be too late for regret. Yes. Zhang Shouyong nodded and didn't continue persisting. I'll send you out of the estate. Subsequently, Zhang Shouyong intended to send Duan Lingtian out of the Zhang clan estate. Chapter 644. Qiong, why are you in such a hurry? Zhang Shouyong couldn't help but ask curiously when he saw Wang Qiong return in a hurry and was out of breath. Wang Qiong panted heavily as she said, Brother Yong, Father asked you to go over. The Grand Elder found a spirit fruit outside, and he intends to give it to you to consume. But Second Mother is bringing Second Brother to beg for that spirit fruit at Father's place, causing Father to be in an extremely difficult position. So Father sent a voice transmission to ask someone to notify me and ask you to go over. Wang Qiong finished speaking in a single breath. Spirit fruit? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Since the Zhang clan's patriarch wanted to give that spirit fruit to Zhang Shouyong to consume, then that spirit fruit was undoubtedly a spirit fruit consumed by a void initiation stage martial artist. Brother Lingtian, looks like your luck isn't bad. Zhang Shouyong smiled to Duan Lingtian. Before Wang Qiong could react to what was going on, Zhang Shouyong called out to Duan Lingtian before walking towards the central area of the Zhang clan estate with large strides. The Zhang clan audience hall was there. All along the way, Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong walked side by side, and the Zhang clan guards, servants, and maidservants they encountered on the way bowed respectfully to Zhang Shouyong. Eldest young master. Even if it was the Zhang clan disciples, all of them were respectful and reverent to Zhang Shouyong. With Big Brother Zhang's natural talent and strength, inheriting the position of patriarch in the future is practically a certainty. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, Big Brother Zhang, if you haven't consumed that spirit fruit in the past, then you can consume it yourself. Duan Lingtian said to Zhang Shouyong. Even though he urgently wanted to obtain a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists. However, as the saying goes, a gentleman doesn't seize what another loves. If that spirit fruit was useful to Zhang Shouyong, then he would truly feel slightly apologetic. Brother Lingtian, no matter if I've consumed that spirit fruit in the past or not, I'll give it to you. Zhang Shouyong vowed solemnly. This was his promise, a man's promise. The grade 3 spirit weapon Duan Lingtian gave him was undoubtedly a great favor, and even if he used a spirit fruit to repay it, it would be difficult to repay it. But now, he was still thinking that every little bit of it was worth it. Zhang Shouyong's decisiveness made Duan Lingtian feel warmth in his heart. Soon, Duan Lingtian followed behind Zhang Shouyong and entered the Zhang family's main hall. The main hall of the Zhang clan was resplendent and dazzling. At this moment, 3 people were standing inside. One of them stood to the side. The other 2 stood on the other side, facing the former. The person standing alone at the side was a dignified middle-aged man. He wore a blue robe and had a dignified look on his face. He should be the patriarch of the Zhang clan. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian guessed the identity of the dignified middle-aged man. And it turned out that Duan Lingtian was right. Brother Lingtian, this is my father, and also the patriarch of our Zhang clan. Zhang Shouyong's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Patriarch Zhang. Duan Lingtian looked at the Zhang clan's patriarch and lightly nodded in greeting. The Zhang clan's patriarch nodded to Duan Lingtian. You ought to be that friend of Yo, right? You're so young, yet possess such shocking ability. It's truly shocking. As he finished speaking, the Zhang clan's patriarch's gaze seemed to contain a sense of deep meaning. This caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but feel suffocated. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the other 2 people in the main hall, a middle-aged woman and a young man. Presently, both of them were glaring angrily at him, and if the flames of rage in their eyes could erupt, they would probably have already burned him into ash. Duan Lingtian wasn't unfamiliar to these 2 people. The Zhang clan's patriarch's wife and the Zhang clan's second young master, Zhang Shouyuan. I presume the Zhang clan's patriarch looked at me like that because of the matter of me teaching Zhang Shouyuan a lesson 2 months ago. At this moment, it wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess this. Patriarch Zhang, you're too kind. But when faced with the Zhang clan's patriarch's words that carried deep meaning, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged, and he was neither servile nor overbearing. This caused the Zhang clan's patriarch to greatly praise him, and he looked at Zhang Shouyong and said, "Young, you've made an extraordinary friend. I heard that this friend of yours intends to participate in the dynasty martial competition 4 months from now as well. I really look forward to it. Brother Ling Tian will surely not disappoint father." Zhang Shouyong nodded, and his words were filled with confidence towards Duan Ling Tian. "Father, I heard the Grand Elder found a spirit fruit?" In next to no time, Zhang Shouyong asked. Practically at the instant Zhang Shouyong finished speaking, the nearby woman and Zhang Shouyong's expressions went grim. Both of them looked at each other and saw unwillingness in each other's eyes. Damn it! Why did he receive the news so quickly? The woman's voice transmission was filled with ruthlessness. "Mother, I'm unresigned. If I'm able to obtain that spirit fruit, I'll surely be able to break through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage in one go. At that time, I'll surely be able to advance in the Dynasty Martial Competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties." Zhang Shouyong's voice transmission was filled with unwillingness.
Yes.
The Zhang clan's patriarch nodded when faced with Zhang Shouyong's question, and with a raise of his hand, a spirit fruit that flowed with flowing lights appeared out of thin air. Zhang Shouyong's eyes lit up when he saw this spirit fruit. On the other hand, the corners of Duan Lingtian, who stood by Zhang Shouyong's side, curled into a bitter smile. It was for no other reason. It was because he'd seen this spirit fruit before. Not only had he seen it before, he'd even consumed it. Spirit void fruit. That day, the Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion's master, Xiang Ying, had given him one of the 2 spirit fruits as an exchange. When his cultivation was close to the 2nd level of the Void Initiation stage, it was because he'd consumed the spirit void fruit that he was able to break through to the 3rd level of the Void Initiation stage in one go. So to the current him, the spirit void fruit was completely useless. But Big Brother Zhang seems to have not consumed this spirit void fruit. At the same time that Duan Lingtian was greatly disappointed, he noticed Zhang Shouyong's burning gaze as he looked at the spirit void fruit, and it was a gaze that wished for nothing more than to possess the spirit void fruit for himself. But in next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw Zhang Shouyong withdraw his gaze. At the same time, a clear voice transmission sounded out by his ears. "Brother Ling Tian, I'll give this spirit fruit to you after I obtain it. With the assistance of this spirit fruit, your cultivation will surely advance a step further." It was precisely Zhang Shouyong's voice transmission. Duan Lingtian was stunned, completely and utterly stunned. Just a moment ago, he discerned that Zhang Shouyong hadn't consumed the spirit void fruit in the past. In the next moment, Zhang Shouyong wanted to give the spirit void fruit to him. For a time, Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart. Big Brother Zhang is indeed a friend worth making. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. But Duan Lingtian had intentionally restrained his feelings now, and he said via voice transmission, "Big Brother Zhang, if I'm not wrong, you ought to not have consumed this spirit fruit in the past, right?"
Yes.
Zhang Shouyong didn't deny it, and he said bluntly via voice transmission, "I've consumed a spirit fruit used by Void Initiation stage martial artists in the past, yet it wasn't this spirit fruit. Then you still want to give it to me? If you consume it yourself, you'll probably be able to break through to the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage in a short period of time, right?" Duan Lingtian asked. "This is my promise to you." Zhang Shouyong's answer was extremely simple and straightforward, and it caused the warmth in Duan Lingtian's heart to grow even more. In the end, Duan Lingtian decided to stop teasing Zhang Shouyong. "Big Brother Zhang, I'm afraid you won't be able to get your wish." Zhang Shouyong was stunned. "I've once consumed a spirit fruit used by Void Initiation stage martial artists as well, but my luck was better than yours, and the spirit fruit I consumed was this type of spirit void fruit." Duan Lingtian spoke via voice transmission. At the same time, the Zhang clan's patriarch spoke out. "Yong, this is a spirit void fruit, and it's able to improve the cultivation of a Void Initiation stage martial artist to a certain extent. Once you consume this spirit fruit, you ought to be able to break through to the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage in a short period of time. Now, I'm prepared to give this spirit fruit to you. I hope you'll be able to win honor for my Zhang clan and the Darkhan dynasty in the dynasty martial competition and even the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. In the end, the Zhang clan's patriarch passed over the spirit void fruit in his hand. Don't worry, father. I'll surely not let you down. Zhang Shouyong took a deep breath and slowly stretched out his hand with the intention of receiving the spirit void fruit. At this moment, his feelings were extremely complicated. He originally thought that this spirit fruit would be given to Duan Lingtian, yet never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian had actually consumed this spirit fruit in the past. He had a feeling of recovering something he'd lost. Wait, but right when Zhang Shouyong was about to receive the spirit void fruit, a figure flashed out and stopped Zhang Shouyong. The person that stopped Zhang Shouyong was none other than the wife of the Zhang clan's patriarch. Second mother? Zhang Shouyong frowned and his face sank slightly. Although he'd guessed that this second mother of his would surely be unwilling to allow him to obtain the spirit void fruit, he never imagined that she would be so direct. Now, his father had already made his stand clear, yet she actually still obstructed him? This scene caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from being stunned. This vile woman wouldn't be thinking of seizing the spirit void fruit for her son even at a time like this, right? Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he didn't look favorably upon the woman. Presently, the expression of the Zhang clan's patriarch was extremely unsightly as well. His wife actually didn't give him face in front of outsiders, for a time. Slight rage appeared in the depths of his gaze. What are you doing? The tone of the Zhang clan's patriarch was incomparably gloomy. His words were obviously spoken to the woman, his wife. I think that this spirit void fruit shouldn't be given to him, but should be given to Yuan. The woman turned around and looked at the Zhang clan's patriarch as she spoke frankly. Umph. The Zhang clan's patriarch grunted coldly. I know that Yuan is your son, so you're biased towards him at all times. But this matter is related to our Zhang clan and our Darkhan dynasty. How can a woman like you be allowed to act rashly? I'm thinking for the sake of our Zhang clan. The woman spoke word by word. I know that his natural talent is shocking, and he's even broken through to the 8th level of the void initiation stage now. It isn't difficult for him to become eminent in the dynasty martial competition, but it's precisely because of this that I feel that the spirit void fruit shouldn't be given to him, but should be given to Yuan instead. The Zhang clan's patriarch frowned and looked at the woman as he wanted to know why the woman said this. Chapter 645. Presently, his strength is the strongest amongst the younger generation of our Zhang clan, and this is something I can't deny. But below him, the strongest is Yuan. This point, you shouldn't deny it, right? The middle-aged woman looked to her husband, the Zhang family's clan chief, and asked. The Zhang clan leader nodded. With his cultivation, it isn't difficult for him to advance in the dynasty martial competition this time, and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. But Yuan is different. Unless Yuan is able to consume this spirit void fruit and break through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to advance in the dynasty martial competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The woman spoke bluntly. And then? The Zhang clan leader asked. Then, I felt that giving the spirit void fruit to him was really a waste, because no matter if he consumed the spirit void fruit or not, he would be able to advance in the dynasty martial competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The woman continued, whereas if Yuan didn't have this spirit void fruit, it would be utterly impossible for him to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. As far as I'm concerned, using a spirit void fruit to exchange for an additional spot for our Zhang clan to advance into the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is a good thing. Duan Lingtian stood at the side with a mocking smile on his face. For the sake of her own son, this evil woman had really put in a lot of effort. She even dared to say such things. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the evil woman's words were all bullsh*t. Even if the spirit void fruit was consumed by her own son, and her son obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, then wouldn't he still be at the bottom? At that time, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties would begin, and he would probably be eliminated in the first round. If the spirit void fruit was consumed by Zhang Shouyang would even have the chance to break through to the void interpretation stage before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. However, it isn't so easy to break through to the void interpretation stage. I wonder what level Big Brother Zhang's Earth concept is at now. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Zhang Shouyang, who was standing beside Duan Lingtian, had a calm expression from beginning to end, as if everything that was happening before him had nothing to do with him. In next to no time, the Zhang clan's patriarch spoke. What he said was undoubtedly what Duan Lingtian was thinking. This spirit void fruit is sufficient to affect Yonger's performance in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. If he's able to break through to the void interpretation stage before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, he might even have the chance to compete for the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The words of the Zhang clan leader resounded in the air. First in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. What kind of glory was that? You said if as well. Even if he's able to break through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage in a short period of time by relying on this spirit void fruit, how could the void interpretation stage be so easy to break through? Even if in the remaining year or so, his increase in origin power satisfies the conditions, but what about his comprehension of concepts? The woman spoke with certainty and didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. The void interpretation concept isn't so easy to comprehend. Some void initiation stage martial artists were only at the 9th level of the void initiation stage in their entire lifetimes because they were unable to comprehend the void interpretation concept. Void interpretation concept was also called intermediate concept, and it reigned above the elementary concept that void initiation stage martial artists generally comprehended. Above the 9th level of elementary concept was the first level of intermediate concept. If one wanted to comprehend it, then one needed extremely high comprehension ability. The Zhang clan leader grunted in a low voice. Then you're confident that after Yuaner consumes the spirit void fruit, he'll surely be able to advance in the dynasty martial competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and bring honor to our Zhang clan? If you're confident, then what harm is there in giving this spirit void fruit to Yuaner? When the Zhang clan leader spoke up to hear, the woman's face bloomed with a smile of victory, and she glanced at Zhang Shouyang with slight complacency. But in next to no time, the smile on her face froze, because the Zhang clan leader hadn't finished speaking. But if Yuaner is unable to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties after consuming the spirit void fruit, then I'll punish him and make him have no fate with the position of the next patriarch of the Zhang clan for his entire lifetime. The following words of the Zhang clan's patriarch resounded in the air. It caused the woman and the nearby Zhang Shouyang to go gloomy. Never had they imagined that the Zhang clan's patriarch would speak such words. The position of the next patriarch of the Zhang clan. If nothing unexpected happened, it would surely be Zhang Shouyang. Because Zhang Shouyang had clearly indicated since long ago that he wasn't interested in becoming the next patriarch of the Zhang clan. Otherwise, Zhang Shouyang would have already become the inheritor of the Zhang clan's patriarch. It could be said that Zhang Shouyang wouldn't fight for the position of patriarch with his second brother, Zhang Shouyang. Mother, I don't want that spirit void fruit. I don't want it. Zhang Shouyang panicked and hurriedly sent a voice transmission into the woman's ears. What a joke. Because his older brother, Zhang Shouyang, wasn't interested in the position of the next patriarch of the Zhang clan. Even though it hadn't been officially announced, everyone knew that it would surely be him. Now, because of a spirit void fruit, he might even lose the chance to inherit the position of patriarch of the Zhang clan. So he was naturally unwilling. He wasn't willing to gamble with the position of patriarch of the Zhang clan. Because even if he consumed the spirit void fruit and broke through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage before the dynasty martial competition, he didn't have full confidence in being able to seize the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. On the other hand, the woman's expression went completely grim. She never imagined that her husband would actually use this to threaten them. She gritted her teeth and kept on feeling unwilling. I think that the ownership of the spirit void fruit should be decided by a vote of all the elders of our Zhang clan. The woman changed the topic and said with a low voice, no matter if it's him or Yuan that consumes the spirit void fruit, it's all a gamble. Then, on what basis should he have the priority? On what basis? The woman's words were extremely clear. Let all the elders of the Zhang clan vote. Enough. The Zhang clan's patriarch finally couldn't endure it any longer when he saw his wife giving orders like this, and he shouted out angrily with a gloomy expression. It terrified the woman to the point she shut her mouth. But right at this moment, Zhang Shouyong, who hadn't spoken since the beginning, spoke out. Father, since second mother is interested in allowing all the elders to vote to decide the ownership of the spirit void fruit, then let the elders do it. Zhang Shouyong spoke out abruptly and spoke these words. For a time, it wasn't only the Zhang clan's patriarch that was stunned. Even the woman and Zhang Shouyuan were stunned. They never imagined that Zhang Shouyong would agree. Big brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck as well. The situation before him was obviously beneficial to his big brother Zhang. Yet why did he start digging his own grave instead? He was unable to wrap his head around it. He was truly unable to wrap his head around it. As expected of the eldest young master of our Zhang clan, you have courage. I'll get someone to invite the elders over right now. The woman's face bloomed with a smile of victory as her eyes flickered with a bright light, and she left the hall with large strides to instruct the servants that were standing on guard outside the hall. So long as all the elders of the Zhang clan gathered together, she was confident in making most of the elders lean towards her son's side. After all, her son was the future patriarch of the Zhang clan. Under a similar situation, she wasn't worried that her son would lose to Zhang Shouyong in the voting of all the elders of the Zhang clan. Yong, you. The Zhang clan's patriarch frowned and had a puzzled expression. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Shouyong with a puzzled expression and asked, Big brother Zhang, if you didn't take the initiative to agree earlier, the spirit void fruit would already be yours. Doing this is truly irrational. Since this second mother of yours dares to make such a request, she surely has the confidence to make most of the elders of the Zhang clan lean towards her son. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be worried for Zhang Shouyong. What he was unable to wrap his head around the most was that Zhang Shouyong had actually taken the initiative to agree to the unreasonable request of that vile woman. After all, under the rage of the Zhang clan's patriarch earlier, the vile woman already didn't dare speak. The spirit void fruit was about to become Zhang Shouyong's possession. But at the critical moment, Zhang Shouyong seemed as if he'd thrown out a rope to trip himself, and it truly caused others to be slightly speechless. Brother Ling Tian, if I don't agree to second mother's request, then even if she doesn't say anything because of my father's rage, she won't be truly willing. This time, I'll make her completely give up. Strands of terrifying bright lights flickered in the depths of Zhang Shouyong's eyes as he replied via voice transmission. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He never imagined that it turned out that all this was Zhang Shouyong's scheme. Zhang Shouyong had obviously grasped everything in the palm of his hand. Looks like big brother Zhang already has full confidence. Then I'll wait and see, and prepare to watch the show. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. It'll be a good show. It absolutely won't disappoint you. Zhang Shouyong replied. I look forward to it very much. Duan Lingtian nodded. Along with the passage of time, the Zhang clan audience hall that originally only had 5 people became completely bustling with noise and excitement. It wasn't only the group of elders that stayed behind in the Zhang clan estate. Even the elders that were in charge of the various properties of the Zhang clan in the capital had all returned. 37 elders were gathered in one place. Amongst them, a small half were middle-aged men, and practically all the remaining were old men. A few even had white hair and white brows, and they were obviously over 100 years old. However, because their cultivations were profound, all of them were in high spirits. Patriarch, is there something important that made us return? In next to no time, a Zhang clan elder asked. The Zhang clan's patriarch spoke of the sequence of events in detail when he heard this, and he didn't hold back in the slightest. For a time, all the Zhang clan elders understood the reason they were asked to return. In this way, there's only a single spirit void fruit. Yet it has to be chosen between the eldest young master and second young master to consume it. The group of elders started sizing up Zhang Shouyong and Zhang Shouyuan with their gazes. It was as if they were selecting goods. This caused Duan Lingtian, who stood at the side, to be speechless. But Zhang Shouyong instead had an expressionless face, and he seemed as if he utterly didn't take everything that had occurred before him seriously, and he was composed to the point it was shocking. I think that the possibility of the second young master obtaining the qualifications to compete in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is greater than the eldest young master breaking through to the void interpretation stage before the competition. Chapter 646. As soon as the middle-aged elder spoke, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. I think so as well. I agree. Most of the remaining elders nodded in agreement, as far as they were concerned. With the current cultivation of the second young master, Zhang Shouyuan, once he consumed the spirit void fruit, breaking through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage before the dynasty martial competition was practically a certainty, whereas a 7th level void initiation stage martial artist still had a very great chance of becoming eminent in the dynasty martial competition and obtaining the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. On the other hand, it was slightly difficult for the second young master, Zhang Shouyong. The void interpretation stage wasn't purely a problem in terms of origin energy, and more importantly, it was comprehension in terms of concept. If one didn't comprehend concept to a certain extent, then no matter how strong one's origin energy was, one would be unable to break through to the void interpretation stage. If one wanted to break through to the void interpretation stage, besides having to satisfy the conditions of origin energy, more importantly, one had to first comprehend void interpretation concept, or in other words, intermediate concept. This was often the most difficult thing to do. Under such comparison, and when they thought about how the second young master, Zhang Shouyuan, would be the future patriarch of the Zhang clan, the group of elders already had an idea in their hearts. They imperceptibly leaned towards the second young master. When she saw most of the elders leaning towards her son, the woman that stood at the side, the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife, revealed a victorious smile as she glanced complacently at Zhang Shouyong once more. Zhang Shouyong's face revealed a smile as well, and he feigned modesty. "Elders, you're too kind." Right at this moment, a cold snort suddenly sounded out, and it broke the clamorous atmosphere at the scene. In an instant, the atmosphere became silent. Not a single sound could be heard. The gazes of everyone descended onto the person that snorted coldly. The person that snorted coldly was none other than Zhang Shouyong, who stood by Duan Lingtian's side. For a time, many Zhang clan elders frowned and were slightly displeased. The eldest young master has been out for a period of time, yet he's becoming more and more ignorant of the rules. Some elders that were over 100 years old spoke indifferently. Their tones contained a great sense of reproach. When the nearby patriarch's wife and Zhang Shouyuan saw this scene, the smiles on their faces became even more brilliant, and they felt that Zhang Shouyong was courting death. It would be strange if an elder would vote Zhang Shouyong. Yonger. Seeing that Zhang Shouyong had angered quite a few elders, the Zhang family patriarch frowned in confusion. From what he knew of his eldest son was not an impulsive person. "Elders." Zhang Shouyong glanced indifferently at the group of Zhang clan elders and spoke unhurriedly. "I see that all of you don't have much confidence towards me being able to break through to the void interpretation stage before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties after I consume the spirit void fruit. Or perhaps it is time for me to give you some confidence." Zhang Shouyong suddenly changed the topic. Just as Zhang Shouyong finished speaking, a voice rang out. Whoosh! On Zhang Shouyuan's body, strands of material and clearly visible earthen yellow-colored energy coiled around his body, and it emitted strands of a powerful aura. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy in the sky stirred and finally condensed into 9 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. The strength of 9 ancient horned dragons. Ninth level elementary concept of Earth. A white-browed elder was the first to react, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Soon after, more and more people reacted, including Duan Lingtian. 9th level elementary concept of Earth? Duan Lingtian stared fixedly at Zhang Shouyong, who was by his side, and he couldn't help but gasp. Now, he finally understood Zhang Shouyong's intentions. So it turned out that Zhang Shouyong had always been waiting for the arrival of this moment. He wanted to use his own strength to prove himself. If he consumed the spirit void fruit, he would surely be able to smoothly break through to the void interpretation stage before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Big Brother Zhang's 9th level elementary concept of Earth seems to not have just been comprehended. Obviously, it shows signs of approaching the intermediate concept of Earth. Duan Lingtian, who'd inherited the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, had a discerning gaze, and he noticed with a single glance that the 9th level elementary concept of Earth that Zhang Shouyong had comprehended wasn't simple. Good. After being stunned for a moment, the Zhang clan's patriarch shouted out explosively, and his face was filled with excitement. The fortune of my Zhang clan! The fortune of my Zhang clan! With the eldest young master in the Zhang clan, why worry about prosperity? In next to no time, many Zhang clan elders turned to flatter Zhang Shouyong. Some of the Zhang clan elders amongst them were siding with Zhang Shouyong a moment ago. Yet at this moment, they were like grass that swayed with the wind. They'd never imagined earlier. Zhang Shouyong's cultivation was only at the 8th level of the void initiation stage, yet he'd actually comprehended 9th level elementary concept of Earth. Looks like our Zhang clan is going to be in the limelight on the stage of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time. A white-haired, white-browed elder couldn't help but speak with pleasant surprise. The patriarch's wife and Zhang Shouyong stood at the side, and they were stunned on the spot. The smiles on their faces had completely frozen long ago, and in the depths of their eyes, slight disbelief and shock seemed to be mixed within. Never had they imagined that not only was Zhang Shouyong's natural talent high, even his comprehension ability was so heaven-defying. He'd actually comprehended 9th level elementary concept of Earth. Elders, we can vote now. Let's see who this spirit void fruit should be given to. The voice of the Zhang clan's patriarch sounded out in a timely manner. At this moment, the outcome was already without any suspense. After Zhang Shouyong, the eldest young master of the Zhang clan, revealed his 9th level elementary concept of Earth, he'd obtained the support of all the Zhang clan elders. Everyone hoped that he'd consume the spirit void fruit and break through to the void interpretation stage before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, so that he'd be able to fight for extremely great honor for the Zhang clan during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Big Brother Zhang, congratulations! When he saw the spirit void fruit being obtained by Zhang Shouyong, Duan Lingtian congratulated via voice transmission. Brother Lingtian, I've caused you to worry. I'm truly sorry. Zhang Shouyong spoke apologetically. It's fine. It's fine as long as you've obtained the spirit void fruit. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and then he glanced at the night sky that had completely darkened as he said, but it's already late now, and I ought to leave as well. Let's meet again during the dynasty martial competition. Zhang Shouyong sent Duan Lingtian out, as he said with a smile, perhaps I don't have to wait for the dynasty martial competition. Perhaps I'll be able to find the ageless root you require, or a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists in a few days. That couldn't be any better. At the entrance to the Zhang clan estate, Duan Lingtian revealed a brilliant smile as he bid his farewells before leaving. Zhang Shouyong only turned around and returned to the estate when he saw Duan Lingtian's figure vanish before his eyes. At the other side of the Zhang clan estate, all of you, find a good opportunity and do it cleanly. I want to vanish from the face of others. Be sure not to leave any traces behind. The middle-aged woman spoke with a low voice to the 3 black-clothed middle-aged men before her. Yes, madam. The 3 black-clothed middle-aged men nodded respectfully, and their eyes flickered with frightening cold lights. Go on. Along with the middle-aged woman waving her hand, the figures of the 3 black-clothed middle-aged men flashed out to vanish into the night like 3 ghosts in the night. Mother. In next to no time, a young man appeared by the side of the middle-aged woman, and his eyes flickered with cold lights. Can the 3 of them do it? That Duan Lingtian is extremely strange. Last time, after I was struck by his demonic technique, I didn't feel anything was off from the beginning until the end. The strengths of the three of them are above us. It ought to not be difficult for them to kill that Duan Lingtian. The middle-aged woman was extremely confident towards the three black-clothed middle-aged men she sent out. The young man heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this, yet the cold light in his eyes didn't reduce. If that Duan Lingtian dies, then my anger will vanish. But it's a pity that the spirit void fruit was obtained by Zhang Shouyong. With Zhang Shouyong's natural talent and comprehension ability, it ought to not be difficult for him to break through to the void interpretation stage before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties after consuming the spirit void fruit. Fortunately, he has no intention of obtaining the position of patriarch, otherwise, he would be a formidable opponent for you. The middle-aged woman heaved a sigh of relief. On the other side, after Duan Lingtian returned to the nearby Darkstone estate that the Darkstone Empire had purchased in the Dark Han Dynasty's capital, he suddenly became vigilant. 3 people? At the first possible moment, his acute spiritual force and anti-tracking instinct had noticed 3 people that were hiding in the shadows and spying on him. But when he walked into the Darkstone estate, those 3 people didn't follow him. Who could it be? After Duan Lingtian returned to the Darkstone estate and returned to his own small courtyard, he couldn't help but ponder deeply. Logically speaking, I didn't offend anyone after coming to the Dark Han Dynasty's capital. If there's really someone that has enmity with me, then it would only be the Zhang clan's second young master, Zhang Shouyuan, and the patriarch's wife. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian guessed it was Zhang Shouyuan and his wife, and he became more and more sure. Ignore them. In any case, those 3 fellows ought to not have the guts to forcefully trespass into the Darkstone estate. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian didn't think any further, and he sat cross-legged on the bed before closing his eyes and continuing to cultivate. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, earth dragon form. A concept fragment and a mid-grade origin stone appeared out of thin air in Duan Lingtian's hand. The concept fragment was precisely the 5th-level wind concept fragment he'd obtained in the Sword Monarch's treasure all those years ago, and it was capable of assisting him in comprehending wind concept until he comprehended 5th-level advanced wind concept. During this period of time, his comprehension of wind concept would advance by leaps and bounds because of this concept fragment. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months had passed. Presently, only a month remained before the dynasty martial competition. I've finally broken through. When Duan Lingtian woke up once more, his face was filled with excitement and joy. There seemed to be strands of origin energy leaping about in his surroundings before completely fusing into his body in the end. During this period of time, the 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky had gradually dispersed. 6th level of the Void Initiation stage. Duan Lingtian had broken through to the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage. I'm going out for a walk. After cultivating for an entire 3 months, Duan Lingtian was almost bored to death. After 3 months, Duan Lingtian left the Darkstone estate once more. They're still there? Chapter 647. Relying on his acute spiritual force, Duan Lingtian was able to determine that these 3 people were the 3 people that followed him 3 months ago. They were suspected to have been sent over by the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife and son. As for the objective of these 3 people, Duan Lingtian could vaguely guess that they ought to have come to take his life. Since all of you are so patient and have waited for 3 months, then I'll play with all of you properly. Duan Lingtian stood outside the Blackstone estate, and the corners of his mouth held a wisp of an evil smile. Of course, those 3 people that were concealed in the shadows were bound to be unable to see Duan Lingtian's current smile. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian acted as if nothing had happened and left the Blackstone estate. Moreover, he was able to clearly notice that after he left, those 3 people followed behind him like a shadow, and they were like 3 gangrene attached to the bone. Not long after, Duan Lingtian just happened to pass through a remote and deserted alley. Besides Duan Lingtian, there wasn't a single person in the alley. Right at this moment, swoosh, 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 3 ear-piercing howls of the wind swept over in practically an instant and charged towards Duan Lingtian. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian was surrounded by 3 black-clothed middle-aged men, and it was as if he was firmly trapped by a heaven-encompassing net. Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression when facing these three people that had suddenly arrived. The scene in front of him was within his expectations. If I'm not wrong, all of you ought to have been sent over by the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife and second young master, right? Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the three black-clothed middle-aged men as he spoke slowly. The expressions of the three black-clothed middle-aged men didn't change in the slightest, and it was as if they utterly didn't hear what Duan Lingtian said. But Duan Lingtian, who possessed acute observation, was still able to see a trace of a surprised sheen in the depths of their eyes. It really is them. Now, Duan Lingtian had completely confirmed it. Kill. Suddenly, the black-clothed middle-aged man standing to the left of Duan Lingtian suddenly shouted in a low voice. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he moved. It was as if he had turned into a hungry tiger, opening his bloody mouth and pouncing towards Duan Lingtian. As for his other two companions, they followed suit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the instant the three of them moved, 11 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above their heads. At this moment, the three of them did not use their spirit weapons or concepts. In other words, the true cultivations of these three people were at the 8th level of the Void initiation stage. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by the cultivation levels displayed by the three of them. This was because as early as 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian had used his mental power to detect their cultivation when he first discovered them. 3 8th level Void initiation stage martial artists. At that time, Duan Lingtian's cultivation was only at the 5th level of the Void initiation stage. Not to mention utilizing a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon, it was difficult for him to kill them even if he utilized all his ability. Even if Duan Lingtian utilized his spiritual force that was 2 levels higher than his cultivation and had attained the 7th level of the Void initiation stage to execute the soul skill, 1000 illusions, it would be difficult for him to do anything to them. So at that time, Duan Lingtian pretended not to notice them. At any rate, he had the protection of King Yong in the Darkstone estate, so he didn't have to worry about these three people killing their way in. Whereas now, his cultivation had broken through to the 6th level of the Void initiation stage, and his spiritual force had broken through to the 8th level of the Void initiation stage. Along with this, 3 8th level Void initiation stage martial artists aren't inscription masters. This was something that Duan Lingtian had already confirmed 3 months ago. If there was an inscription master amongst the three of them, 3 months ago, when Duan Lingtian used his spiritual force to detect them, they would surely notice. At that time, the three of them didn't notice Duan Lingtian's spiritual force in the slightest, and it could be seen from this that not a single one of them was an inscription master. When facing 3 8th level Void initiation stage martial artists that approached menacingly, Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and strands of dim lights started to flicker within them. In the next moment, 1000 illusions. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force instantly fused into the soul brand in the depths of his soul, and he executed the soul skill that belonged solely to him. An illusory space that was difficult to grasp was constructed by Duan Lingtian, and it swept out to envelop an area of 10 meters around him. At the same time, those 3 8th level Void initiation stage martial artists that had taken out their spirit weapons and utilized their concept entered the illusory space successively. In Duan Lingtian's field of vision, after the three of them approached him, they instantly changed their targets and started fighting each other. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian walked unhurriedly to the side of the remote alley, and he leisurely watched the three of them fight to their heart's content. The battle between the three of them was extremely horrifying, and after a short moment, one of them was heavily injured by the joint forces of the other two. A shrill cry sounded out, and it was the person that was heavily injured that was killed by the other two. Duan Lingtian watched coldly from the side as a black-clothed middle-aged man fell into a pool of blood, even though he didn't know the three people before him. But since they wanted to kill him, he naturally wouldn't hold back. One had to pay for what they did. At the same time, the remaining two people continued to fight each other. Half an hour later, another person was killed. The last person was heavily injured and on the verge of death, and he used his spirit saber to support himself. Obviously, he wouldn't live for long. Clap, 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 Clap. When he saw this person wasn't a threat anymore, Duan Lingtian clapped as he withdrew the illusory space he created with his soul skill, Thousand Illusions. At the same time, the black-clothed middle-aged man that was heavily injured and on the verge of death noticed that he'd left that strange place and returned to the remote alley. With a single glance, he saw his two companions that had fallen into a pool of blood, and his face couldn't help but go grim. In next to no time, he noticed an extremely terrifying thing. That was, he was extremely familiar with the wounds of his two companions. Immediately after, his gaze fell onto the spirit saber in his hand. Fresh blood was still dripping from it. It's me? The black-clothed middle-aged man's face was deathly pale. His pupils constricted, and his body started trembling, unwilling to believe that all of this was real. That's right, it's you. At the same time, an indifferent voice entered the black-clothed middle-aged man's ears in a timely manner, causing his face to go pale. You. How could? No. Impossible. The black-clothed middle-aged man turned around and saw Duan Lingtian standing at the side of the alley as if nothing had happened. He couldn't help but shake his head in horror. In his opinion, everything before his eyes couldn't be real. He'd clearly killed the other party twice just now. But now, the other party was alive and well, and his two companions were dead instead. Nothing is impossible. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the black-clothed middle-aged man, seeming to see through his disbelief, and said slowly, "In this world, there are many things that you can't understand, just like just now. Perhaps you don't even know why you've suddenly arrived at another place, and you don't know why I would appear again after killing me once. At the same time, you wouldn't have thought that the two people you've killed in succession were your own companions." As Duan Lingtian spoke, every single word seemed to have transformed into a sharp blade that unceasingly pierced through the black-clothed middle-aged man's chest. It caused the black-clothed middle-aged man's body to tremble even more intensely. Now, in the eyes of the black-clothed middle-aged man, the violet-clothed young man with a faint smile on his face was no different from a devil. Devil? You're a devil. You're a devil. Devil? Perhaps. A faintly discernible evil smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Devil? I'll kill you. The black-clothed middle-aged man struggled, wanting to charge towards Duan Lingtian and kill Duan Lingtian. But unfortunately, he'd just taken a step when his body that lost the support of the spirit saber couldn't stand still any longer and fell to the ground with a bang. His injuries were too severe. If there's an afterlife, remember not to be another's lackey. Only by becoming a person above others can you control your own destiny. As Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently, the origin energy in his hand condensed into a 3-foot-long blade, and with a raise of his hand, he took the life of the last black-clothed middle-aged man. Since all of you want to play, then I'll properly play with all of you. After the 3-foot-long blade condensed from origin energy in Duan Lingtian's hand dispersed, he abruptly turned his head and looked towards the direction of the Zhang clan estate, and his face was covered in a layer of frost. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and pulled off the belt of a black-clothed middle-aged man, and tied the 3 corpses together. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian dragged the 3 corpses and stepped into the air. Swoosh! Even though he was carrying 3 corpses, Duan Lingtian's movements were still extremely swift, and he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that didn't take long to arrive outside the entrance of the Zhang clan estate. Young Master Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had just descended outside the entrance of the Zhang clan estate when the Zhang clan guards that guarded the entrance had already bowed respectfully to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and nodded to the Zhang clan guards, causing the latter to feel as if they were bathed in the spring breeze. Young Master Lingtian is really amiable. As expected of the eldest young master's friend, he's neither arrogant nor rash. The Zhang clan guards whispered in discussion, and they extremely admired Duan Lingtian. That's 3 corpses? In next to no time, a Zhang clan guard with sharp eyes noticed Duan Lingtian actually drag out 3 corpses that were stacked together with a raise of his hand, and then he threw them at the entrance of the Zhang clan estate. What does young Master Lingtian want to do? For a time, the expressions of the Zhang clan guards went slightly grim, and they felt their scalps go numb. Isn't this violet-clothed young man before us a friend of our young master? Bringing corpses to pay a visit doesn't seem to be something a friend would do, right? Do all of you know these three people? Duan Lingtian looked at the Zhang clan guards and asked with a light smile. But at this moment, when his smile entered into the eyes of the Zhang clan guards, it was no different than the smile of a devil. But the Zhang clan guards still couldn't refrain from moving their gazes onto the three corpses. After a short moment, the expressions of some people went grim. Aren't they the guards by the madam's side? It's them. I still remember that when the madam had just married all those years ago, the three of them came over as dowry from the madam's clan. A few of the Zhang clan's guards recognized the three dead men at a glance. They're all existences at the 8th level of the void initiation stage. But I wonder who killed them. The relationship between the madam, second young master, and young master Ling Tian seems to be... Could it be? In next to no time, the Zhang clan guards looked at Duan Lingtian with terrified expressions. Even though they didn't think that Duan Lingtian possessed the ability to kill 3 8th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists. Chapter 648. Are all of you willing to lend a hand and help me carry them to your Zhang clan's audience hall? Duan Lingtian looked at the Zhang clan guards as he spoke slowly. The expressions of the Zhang clan guards went grim when they heard this, and then they looked at each other, yet none of them dared agree. Young Master Ling Tian, don't make it difficult for us. In next to no time, a Zhang clan guard laughed bitterly. They're the madam's people. Perhaps you're not afraid of the madam, but we're not. Yeah. The other Zhang clan guards hurriedly nodded. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, yet he wasn't surprised, and he continued. Then help me notify your eldest young master and ask him to go to the audience hall. This ought to be fine, right? This isn't a problem. The Zhang clan guards hurriedly spoke. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian took the lead and dragged the three corpses into the Zhang clan estate, and he left behind a long trail of blood all along the way as he headed directly to the Zhang clan audience hall. Behind Duan Lingtian, a Zhang clan guard hurriedly headed towards the other side. The direction he headed towards was precisely the courtyard that the Zhang clan's eldest young master, Zhang Shouyong, resided in. Young Master Ling Tian. When Duan Lingtian arrived outside the Zhang clan audience hall, the servants that stood on guard at the side recognized him. In next to no time, the expressions of the servants went grim, because they saw the three corpses that Duan Lingtian dragged over. Bang! With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian directly tossed the three corpses at the entrance of the Zhang clan audience hall, and then he silently stood at the side and didn't enter. Please notify your patriarch, Madam of the Patriarch, second young master, and the various elders to invite them over. Duan Lingtian looked at the servants that stood on guard at the side and had slightly grim expressions as he spoke slowly. The servants hurriedly nodded when they heard this, and then they left as if they were fleeing. When he saw the actions of the servants were so exaggerated, Duan Lingtian rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Am I so terrifying? It wasn't long before a figure flashed over. Swoosh! His figure was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he stood beside Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, what happened? The first person to arrive was Zhang Shouyong. Obviously, the Zhang family guard who went to find Zhang Shouyong didn't have time to tell Zhang Shouyong too much, so Zhang Shouyong didn't know what had happened. Brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Zhang Shouyong, and then he pointed at the three corpses nearby. Only then did Zhang Shouyong notice the three corpses and the bloodstains on the road. He couldn't help but frown. Who are they? Soon, Zhang Shouyong's gaze landed on the three corpses. With just a glance, he was able to clearly see the faces of the three corpses. Humph! Zhang Shouyong suddenly snorted coldly. His voice was extremely cold. Obviously, he recognized the three corpses and said in a deep voice, "That bitch." Now, Zhang Shouyong naturally understood what had happened. It was surely his second mother that sent people to make a move against Duan Lingtian, and they were instead killed by the experts of the Darkstone Empire. Now, Duan Lingtian had brought three corpses to denounce Zhang Shouyong. Brother Lingtian, you can be at ease. I'll surely give you an explanation for this matter. Zhang Shouyong promised word by word. Duan Lingtian nodded. He believed in Zhang Shouyong. If he didn't believe in Zhang Shouyong, he wouldn't have so straightforwardly dragged 3 corpses to the Zhang clan. What's going on? In next to no time, the Zhang clan's patriarch arrived as well, and his expression was extremely unsightly as he looked at the bloodstains on the road. Father, look at them. Zhang Shouyong's expression was extremely gloomy as he pointed at the 3 corpses. The Zhang clan's patriarch glanced over, and his expression instantly went grim. Why is it them? Aren't they the guards by your second mother's side? How could they have died here? They didn't die here. If I'm not wrong, it ought to be second mother that sent them to kill brother Ling Tian. Yet they were instead killed by the experts of the Darkstone Empire that stood behind brother Ling Tian. Zhang Shouyong spoke with a low voice. The Zhang clan's patriarch's expression went grim when he heard this, and then he looked at Duan Ling Tian as if he wanted to confirm it. Brother Ling Tian, is it really like this? Patriarch Zhang, the 3 of them really did want to kill me, but unfortunately, they didn't succeed. Duan Ling Tian nodded. The Zhang clan's patriarch's brows knit tightly when he heard this, and his expression was gloomy, and then he looked at Zhang Shouyong and said, Go get your second mother. Zhang Shouyong hadn't moved yet when Duan Ling Tian had already spoken. Don't worry, Patriarch Zhang. I've already sent people to invite your madam and second young master over. Zhang Shouyong stopped moving when he heard this. On the other hand, the Zhang clan's patriarch's brows knit together even more tightly. Originally, he was still thinking. After he sent Zhang Shouyong away, he planned to properly discuss this matter with Duan Ling Tian and see if this matter could be reduced to a small matter, and a small matter turned into nothing. After all, this matter was related to his second wife. But now, he was obviously only able to persuade Duan Ling Tian via voice transmission. Brother Ling Tian, my Zhang clan is in the wrong in this matter. How about this? For the sake of displaying the sincerity of my Zhang clan, so long as it's within the scope of my Zhang clan's ability, then so long as you have any request, my Zhang clan will surely go through water and tread on fire. A voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. He was able to discern that this was the voice transmission of the Zhang clan's patriarch. Patriarch Zhang. Duan Lingtian glanced at the Zhang clan's patriarch and replied via voice transmission, I'm friends with Big Brother Zhang, and you're his father. Logically speaking, I ought to call you uncle. But I still hope that uncle can do official business in the matter today and give me justice. The Zhang clan's patriarch couldn't help but laugh bitterly when he heard this. He knew that Duan Lingtian wanted to fight for his honor. After a short moment, numerous figures arrived successively. In next to no time, over 10 Zhang clan elders had arrived. The Zhang clan's patriarch was dumbstruck when he saw these Zhang clan elders. Uncle, it was I who asked them to invite the elders over. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at the Zhang clan's patriarch, causing the corners of the latter's mouth to twitch, and his eyes revealed traces of fear. Only now did the Zhang clan's patriarch realize. Not only did this violet-clothed young man possess extraordinary natural talent in the martial Tao, even his meticulousness caused one's scalp to go slightly numb. Subsequently, he glanced at Zhang Shouyong. He knew that the reason Duan Lingtian dared devise strategies like this was undoubtedly because he had his son, this chip. It could be said that if it wasn't for the interference of his eldest son, Duan Lingtian would absolutely be unable to stir up any waves in the matter today. What a scheming person. As the patriarch of a clan, the Zhang clan's patriarch had roamed freely for half of his life. So what sort of people hadn't he seen? What sort of storms hadn't he encountered? But now, before this violet-clothed young man, traces of fear arose from the bottom of his heart. How old is this little fellow? He possesses such terrifying scheming at such an age. When he truly matures in the future, I'm afraid he'll be a devil incarnate. This was something he didn't doubt in the slightest. Patriarch, what's happened? The over 10 Zhang clan elders quickly noticed the 3 corpses that were tied together, and they couldn't help but frown as they asked the Zhang clan's patriarch. The Zhang clan's patriarch hadn't opened his mouth when a Zhang clan elder couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Aren't these 3 the guards by the madam's side? They're really the guards by the madam's side. Even though the guards by the madam's side are from the clan the madam is from, but since they followed the madam into our Zhang clan, then they're members of our Zhang clan. Who's so audacious? They even dared to kill members of our Zhang clan. For a time, the group of Zhang clan elders were enraged. Meanwhile, the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife and second young master had arrived late. When they saw the three black-clothed middle-aged man corpses that laid on the ground, their expressions went grim. "Madam, if I'm not wrong, they ought to be the guards by your side, right?" In next to no time, a Zhang clan elder asked the patriarch's wife. The patriarch's wife's expression was unsightly, yet she still nodded. This was something she couldn't deny. "Don't worry, madam. No matter who killed the guards by your side, our Zhang clan will absolutely not let the matter go." Some Zhang clan elders assured the patriarch's wife successively. This caused the latter to feel a wave of guilt. "Elders, all of you don't know the sequence of events, so it's better for you not to be in a hurry to display your loyalty." Right at this moment, Zhang Shouyong spoke with a voice filled with ridicule. "Eldest young master, what do you mean by this?" Instantly, the expressions of those elders went grim. "Brother Ling Tian, you tell them." Zhang Shouyong looked at Duan Ling Tian and nodded to him. "Feel free to speak frankly. There's no need to worry in the slightest." Duan Ling Tian nodded, and then he said slowly, "These three people were killed by the experts of my Darkstone Empire. The reason was that the three of them had concealed themselves outside our estate for an entire 3 months, and when I left the estate today, they directly made a move to kill me. Fortunately, I had the protection of an expert by my side, otherwise, I'd already be dead." As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian glanced deeply at the patriarch's wife and second young master that had unsightly expressions. "After I came to the capital of the Dark Han dynasty, I didn't offend anyone. The only people I had a conflict with were the patriarch's wife and second young master. So I brought those 3 corpses to the Zhang clan estate. The facts prove that I wasn't wrong. These 3 people were precisely the people by the side of the patriarch's wife." Duan Ling Tian finished speaking in a single breath. The group of Zhang clan elders looked at each other and were all speechless. "Madam, is what he said true?" In next to no time, a white-haired and white-browed Zhang clan elder that was over 100 years old asked the patriarch's wife with a low voice. The patriarch's wife chose to remain silent, and she'd obviously tacitly agreed. "Elders, I hope that all of you can do business in the matter today. Brother Ling Tian is my friend, and I hope that all of you can give him justice. Otherwise, I, Zhang Shouyong, will leave the Zhang clan from now on." Zhang Shouyong spoke with a resolute tone. "Leave the Zhang clan." As soon as Zhang Shouyong said this, everyone present, including Duan Ling Tian, couldn't help but be stunned. "Big brother Zhang." Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhang Shouyong as dense warmth arose in his heart. On the other hand, the patriarch's wife and second young master's faces went grim instead. They originally didn't take the matter before them seriously. Chapter 649. As far as they were concerned, this was the Zhang clan. Not to mention the Zhang clan's patriarch was their husband and father. Even if it was all the Zhang clan elders, it would be impossible for them to side with an outsider like Duan Ling Tian. But now, Zhang Shouyong had interfered like this and even threatened everyone in the Zhang clan with his words, causing them to realize danger. All the Zhang clan elders recovered from their shock, and their faces went grim. Only the Zhang clan's patriarch had a helpless and bitter smile on his face, and he seemed to have realized since long ago that Zhang Shouyong would act in this way. In next to no time, the group of Zhang clan elders looked at each other. The atmosphere at the scene went silent for a time. Duan Ling Tian knew clearly that this group of Zhang clan elders were probably communicating via voice transmission now. Not long after, there would be an outcome. With Big Brother Zhang's natural talent and strength, advancing in the dynasty martial competition is extremely easy. It's even to the extent that Big Brother Zhang will most likely be able to break through to the void interpretation stage before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties begins. A young genius at the void interpretation stage is sufficient to stand out in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and suppress everyone. If a young genius like this is able to obtain an extremely great honor in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, Then as the power he belongs to, the Zhang clan will surely be able to obtain great benefits. So, it's impossible for the Zhang clan to allow Big Brother Zhang to leave at this time. This was something that Duan Lingtian was extremely sure of. The facts prove that Duan Lingtian's thoughts were completely correct. The group of Zhang clan elders quickly came to a consensus. They would follow Zhang Shouyang's wishes and punish the culprit. Eldest young master. Amongst the group of Zhang clan elders present, the most dignified white-haired, white-browed elder said slowly, even though this matter is related to the madam and second young master. As the saying goes, the Son of Heaven is punished the same as the commoners. We naturally can't be biased, but since this little brother is completely unharmed and the 3 people that attacked him are already dead, even according to the rules of our Zhang clan, the madam and second young master's crimes don't warrant death. It doesn't warrant death, but it ought to be sufficient to cripple their cultivations, right? Zhang Shouyang continued. Cripple their cultivations. As soon as Zhang Shouyang was finished speaking, the atmosphere at the scene, the Zhang clan was Zhang Shouyang was in the heavens. In this cloud continent where the martial Tao prevailed and the strong were respected, to most martial artists, cultivation was far more important than their own lives. Without his cultivation, he would rather die than live. On the other hand, the expressions of the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife and second young master went grim when they heard Zhang Shouyang cripple his cultivation. Mother, I don't want to have my cultivation crippled. The second young master was frightened out of his wits and spoke with a sobbing tone. Yuan don't worry. No one can cripple your cultivation. The patriarch's wife took a deep breath and took a step forward. She looked at Zhang Shouyang and said in a low voice, without my orders, no one is able to command the guards by my side. Therefore, the matter this time has nothing to do with Yuan. Zhang Shouyang said indifferently, if it has nothing to do with him, then so be it. Your cultivation will be crippled. Give my brother Ling Tian an explanation. Humph. Madam Patriarch gave a low snort, looking like she was waiting to be slaughtered. But her eyes were suffused with flowing lights that were filled with killing intent, and they condensed onto the nearby Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's face sank when he sensed the patriarch's wife's killing intent. This vile woman is still so thick-headed even at a time like this? She truly deserves death. Make your move. When he saw the group of elders looking over, the Zhang clan's patriarch sighed and waved his hand. Enforcement elder. The white-haired and white-browed elder looked at a green-clothed old man and spoke slowly. The green-clothed old man was precisely the Zhang clan's enforcement elder. Madam, I'm sorry. The enforcement elder took a deep breath and slowly walked towards the patriarch's wife. Duan Lingtian watched all this coldly from the sidelines. When he saw the enforcement elder arrive before the patriarch's wife, he slowly raised his hand. Don't touch my mother. An explosive shout sounded out abruptly. It was Zhang Shouyang who couldn't restrain himself, and his figure flashed out to block before the patriarch's wife and obstruct the enforcement elder. Second young master. The enforcement elder couldn't help but laugh bitterly when he saw Zhang Shouyang interfering, and he slowly put down his hand. Fuck off. Otherwise, I'll cripple you as well. Zhang Shouyang's eyes narrowed as cold lights flashed within them, and he shouted with a low voice. Zhang Shouyang's face couldn't help but go grim when he heard Zhang Shouyang's stern shout, and his body started to tremble. You, Zhang Shouyang, I'm your younger brother. Younger brother? Zhang Shouyang sneered. Now, you admit you're my younger brother? In the past, I could endure and not fuss about it when you made things difficult for me. But today, I'll absolutely not stand idly by when you and your son bully my friend. Zhang Shouyang's words were resounding. Zhang Shouyang was terrified to the point his face went ghastly pale, and his body trembled without end and showed signs of being unable to stop. Yuan, move aside. The patriarch's wife spoke with a low voice. Father. Zhang Shouyang looked at his father, the patriarch of the Zhang clan, with an unwilling expression. But unfortunately, the patriarch of the Zhang clan couldn't back down now. He was extremely clear about his eldest son's character. Words spoken were like spilled water, and it was difficult to take it back. Today, if he couldn't give his eldest son an explanation, Then he didn't doubt in the slightest that his eldest son would leave the Zhang clan. Yuan, listen to your mother. The patriarch shook his head and spoke to Zhang Shouyong, second young master. The enforcement elder looked at Zhang Shouyong and sighed before raising his hand once more. Zhang Shouyong. But Zhang Shouyong still didn't move aside, and he looked at Zhang Shouyong instead as he said with a low voice, I know you want to stand up for your friend today. How about this? I'll use a thing as an exchange. So long as you let my mother go, I'll give that thing to you. Zhang Shouyong's words caused most of the people present to be unable to refrain from being stunned. Could the matter today be turned around by a single thing? I'm not interested. Sure enough, Zhang Shouyong glanced at Zhang Shouyong with disdain as he spoke indifferently. Are you sure you're not interested in it? Zhang Shouyong took a deep breath and slowly raised his hand. If I'm not wrong, you were already searching for this thing a few months ago. At practically the instant Zhang Shouyong finished speaking, a thing had appeared in his hand. This was a peculiar thing that looked like a medicinal material. Most importantly, this medicinal material looked like an old tree root, extremely ordinary, and no value could be discerned from it. The group of Zhang clan elders originally thought that Zhang Shouyong would take out some sort of treasure, but never had they imagined that it would be such an inconspicuous thing, and they couldn't help but shake their heads. They felt that Zhang Shouyong was unable to save his mother. However, Zhang Shouyong's originally calm expression was completely stunned when he saw the medicinal material in Zhang Shouyong's hand. Why does this thing look so familiar? In next to no time, Zhang Shouyong recovered from his shock and looked at Duan Lingtian, who was by his side. Whereas presently, Duan Lingtian stood there dumbstruck as he stared blankly at the thing in Zhang Shouyong's hand. Ageless. Ageless root. Duan Lingtian's feelings were indescribable, and they were extremely agitated. Never had he imagined that. The thing he yearned for day and night would appear here, in Zhang Shouyong's hands. Brother Lingtian. Meanwhile, an exceedingly clear voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was precisely Zhang Shouyong's voice. Do you want to continue making my second mother pay the price for her actions, or do you want this medicinal material? Now, Zhang Shouyong recalled. Wasn't the thing in Zhang Shouyong's hand the ageless root that Duan Lingtian asked him to help find earlier? I want this medicinal material. Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate in the slightest and spoke frankly. What a joke. Even though he hated the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife to the extreme. But before the ageless root, the little bit of enmity between him and the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife was utterly nothing. The ageless root was one of the two auxiliary medicinal catalysts for the rebirth pill. Duan Lingtian had already obtained the other auxiliary medicinal catalyst, the phoenix wing herb. Even if it was amongst the medicinal catalysts required for the rebirth pill, the most important main medicinal catalyst, the red Luan's blood, Duan Lingtian had obtained it long ago. As for the other medicinal materials, they were extremely ordinary, and Duan Lingtian had already prepared them long ago. Presently, Duan Lingtian could be said to be completely prepared and only lacked the crucial element. So long as he obtained the ageless root, he would be able to directly refine the rebirth pill. The rebirth pill was a medicinal pill with an extremely overbearing medicinal strength, and it was capable of allowing one's cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. The increase was so great that it was shocking. I've already broken through to the 6th level of the void initiation stage now. If I'm able to consume the rebirth pill, then my cultivation will probably be able to directly break through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage in a short period of time. This was something that Duan Lingtian didn't doubt in the slightest. The medicinal strength of the rebirth pill was recorded in detail in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. After all, when the medicinal strength of a rebirth pill was completely consumed, it was even to the extent that it allowed Samsara Emperor Wu, who'd attained the Emperor Wu stage all those years ago, to break through a few levels in one go. When one arrived at the Emperor Wu stage, the gap between every single level was undoubtedly like a chasm. The origin energy of only a single level of difference would probably far surpass the gap between Duan Lingtian's current origin energy and the origin energy of a first-level martial monarch stage expert. Understood. Zhang Shouyong nodded when he obtained Duan Lingtian's reply. Then he looked at Zhang Shouyuan and said indifferently, Deal? Deal. Zhang Shouyuan couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he heard Zhang Shouyang's words. Actually, he didn't have any confidence in the beginning. Even though he knew that Zhang Shouyang had already started searching for the medicinal material in his possession a few months ago, he wasn't sure how great Zhang Shouyang's desire towards this medicinal material was. Now, when he heard Zhang Shouyang agree, his heart that was in his throat eased up. He wasn't worried that Zhang Shouyang would regret it. After all, there was a group of people that had witnessed the deal between him and Zhang Shouyang, and he wasn't afraid that Zhang Shouyang would go back on his word. Here, with a raise of his hand, the ageless root in Zhang Shouyuan's hand flew out and flashed directly towards Zhang Shouyang. He didn't have the slightest reluctance, because up until now, he hadn't discerned anything different about the ageless root. Chapter 650. Up until the last time Zhang Shouyang was looking for this medicinal herb, he'd finally dug it out. Of course, he'd never thought of giving it to Zhang Shouyang. Even though Zhang Shouyang was his big brother in name, he'd never really taken Zhang Shouyang to be his big brother in his heart. He'd even thought of taking out this medicinal herb before Zhang Shouyang in the future, yet not giving it to Zhang Shouyang so as to infuriate Zhang Shouyang to death, but never had he imagined that such an incident would occur today. But exchanging a medicinal herb he didn't recognize for his mother's cultivation was still something he felt was a sure win. Deal? Yet now, all the Zhang clan elders were completely stunned, and they were unable to recover from their shock for a long time. Originally, when they saw Zhang Shouyang take out such an inconspicuous medicinal herb, they felt that Zhang Shouyang was asking for humiliation. Never had they imagined Zhang Shouyang would actually give up making things difficult for the patriarch's wife for this medicinal herb. Unbelievable. Exactly what medicinal herb is that? The group of Zhang clan elders were filled with interest towards the medicinal herb in Zhang Shouyang's hand. On the other hand, the feelings of the patriarch were no different than the group of elders. He never imagined that his second son would be able to use an inconspicuous medicinal herb to turn the tide. But, based on the current situation, the outcome of the entire matter wasn't bad. His second wife finally didn't have to have her cultivation crippled. The matter of today ends here. Zhang Shouyang spoke indifferently, and then he called out to Duan Lingtian before returning to the courtyard he lived in. Mother. Zhang Shouyang took a deep breath and stretched out his hand to support the woman that was covered in cold sweat. The woman stared at the figures of Zhang Shouyang and Duan Lingtian that were disappearing into the distance, and her eyes were filled with ruthless killing intent. After Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyang returned to the courtyard, they walked into a room together. Subsequently, Zhang Shouyang passed the ageless root in his hand to Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, is this medicinal herb very important to you? At that time, Duan Lingtian had asked him to help search for the ageless root, and he hadn't realized how important the ageless root was to Duan Lingtian. But today's incident had allowed him to realize how important the ageless root was to Duan Lingtian. Yes, it's very important. Duan Lingtian grabbed the ageless root tightly and tried his best to suppress the emotions in his heart. He put it away into his storage ring like he had obtained a treasure. No matter what, your luck is pretty good. I didn't expect that my second brother would actually have this ageless root. Zhang Shouyang sighed. If you hadn't come to denounce him today and put his mother in danger, he might not have handed over the ageless root. Zhang Shouyang was well aware of the conflict between him and Zhang Shouyang. Even if Zhang Shouyuan had the ageless root and knew that he was searching for the ageless root, he still wouldn't give it to him. At most, he would deliberately take out the ageless root to anger him. I didn't expect it either. Duan Lingtian nodded. Even he felt that today's matter was inconceivable. If he didn't come to the Zhang clan estate to look for Zhang Shouyang that day and didn't encounter Zhang Shouyang's second brother, Zhang Shouyuan, then he wouldn't have executed his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, to toy with Zhang Shouyang. Moreover, he wouldn't have offended the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife because of this and caused her to hate him to the bone and send someone to kill him. All of this seems to be the will of the heavens, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and looked at Zhang Shouyang as he said sincerely, Big brother Zhang, no matter what, if it wasn't for you today, it would be impossible for me to force your second mother to such an extent. If I wasn't able to force her to such an extent, then your second brother wouldn't have taken out the ageless root in exchange. As far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, at the bottom of it all, the reason he was able to obtain the ageless root was because of Zhang Shouyong. Brother Lingtian, you're too courteous. Don't forget that you gave me a grade 3 spirit weapon. No matter how precious the ageless root is, could it be more precious than a grade 3 spirit weapon? Zhang Shouyong shook his head. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Zhang Shouyong. He never imagined that Zhang Shouyong would compare a grade 3 spirit weapon to the ageless root. One had to know that a grade 3 spiritual artifact wasn't anything rare to him. So long as he had the materials, he could refine it at any time. However, the ageless root was different. Obtaining the ageless root also meant that he could officially start to refine the rebirth pill. When he thought of the heaven-defying medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, his mood surged once more. Big Brother Zhang, since the matter has been resolved now, then I ought to return. Duan Lingtian greeted Zhang Shouyong. Presently, he was impatient to return home and wished for nothing more than to immediately refine the heaven-defying medicinal pill, the rebirth pill. I'll send you off. This time, not only did Zhang Shouyong personally send Duan Lingtian out of the Zhang clan estate, he even sent Duan Lingtian back to the Darkstone estate. I'll see you in a month. Before Duan Lingtian walked into the Darkstone estate, he lightly smiled as he spoke to Zhang Shouyong. I'll see you in a month. Zhang Shouyong nodded. He only turned around and left after he saw Duan Lingtian safely enter the Darkstone estate. The reason he personally sent Duan Lingtian back was because he was worried that his second mother would once again send people to make a move against Duan Lingtian. He was extremely clear about the character of his second mother. She would take revenge for the slightest thing and leave no room for negotiation. Duan Lingtian had just entered the Darkstone estate when he heard a cold snort sound out from the courtyard ahead, and when he looked carefully, it was the saber young master, Long Yun, who was coldly looking at him. Long Yun. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as his spiritual force stretched out to envelop Long Yun. In next to no time, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Heavens! What did I notice? Isn't this too excessive? Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly in his heart. Earlier, when his spiritual force enveloped Long Yun, he detected Long Yun's current cultivation at the first possible moment. But Long Yun's cultivation had exceeded Duan Lingtian's expectations. 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. Long Yun's cultivation had actually surpassed his current cultivation. Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. Looks like this fellow's cultivation might really have been directly pushed up by a pile of spirit fruits. Looks like his master has a large stock of spirit fruits in his possession. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Undeniably, traces of envy arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. He felt that his fortuitous encounters could already be considered to be not bad. But even then, his cultivation was still inferior to Long Yun. Duan Lingtian shook his head and paid no further attention to Long Yun before heading towards the small courtyard he resided in. So long as I consume the rebirth pill, I'll be able to surpass the current Long Yun in one go. In the next year, so long as my comprehension of wind concept is able to keep up, then even breaking through to the void interpretation stage before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties isn't impossible. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian was greatly gratified. He still had the rebirth pill as his trump card. Duan Lingtian, you've gone out again? When he saw the small courtyard was right before his eyes, a familiar voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian turned around to look, and he noticed Su Li was walking out with large strides from the small courtyard at the side, and his face was flushed red. Su Li, Duan Lingtian smiled to Su Li, and then he stretched out his spiritual force to envelop Su Li and detect Su Li's current cultivation. But the result was another blow to Duan Lingtian. 8th level of the Void Initiation stage. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Could it be any more absurd? Su Li and Long Yun's master is really well off. He's actually able to take out so many different spirit fruits for them to consume and improve their cultivations. In Duan Lingtian's heart, a great deal of interest towards Su Li and Long Yun's master arose. Looks like Suli will surely be able to advance in the dynasty martial competition. As for Long Yun, he similarly has a great chance. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian, I forgot to ask you the last time. Where's that little she-devil that followed by your side? Suli looked at the surroundings, and after he confirmed there was no trace of the little she-devil from that day, he couldn't help but ask. She's temporarily left. Duan Lingtian said. He naturally knew who the little she-devil Suli spoke of was, and it was undoubtedly Han Xuanai. In the eyes of the group of people including Suli, they'd taken that little girl Han Xuanai to be a little she-devil. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian really approved of the way Han Xuanai addressed Han Xuanai in his heart. Little she-devil really suited Han Xuanai. Little gold, little black, little white. I hope all of you can be safe and sound. Otherwise, I'll surely not let Qing Nu off in the future. When he thought up to this point, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with cold lights as he resolved in his heart. Suli, I'll be going in first. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and bid his farewells to Suli before returning to his room. Suli only returned to his senses when Duan Lingtian's figure vanished before his eyes, and his face revealed a wisp of a smile as he muttered, Duan Lingtian, I'll be able to surpass you this time, right? As Suli muttered to himself, he was obviously filled with confidence towards his current strength. 8th level of the Void Initiation stage. It was sufficient to cause Suli to be filled with confidence. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what Suli muttered to himself after he left. Otherwise, he would only laugh indifferently. After all, he was able to refine the rebirth pill today. Moreover, once he consumed the rebirth pill, he would be like a divine beast, a phoenix, and obtain a transformation similar to being reborn from the ashes. At that time, his cultivation would undergo a tremendous change. After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian didn't do anything else and directly withdrew the Grade 3 spirit weapon cauldron he refined the last time. After he withdrew the cauldron, he successively withdrew the phoenix wing herb and ageless root, these two types of auxiliary medicinal catalysts for the rebirth pill. Subsequently, he withdrew a pile of medicinal materials. The method to refine the rebirth pill. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. In the depths of his mind, the records related to the method to refine the rebirth pill and the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu fused into his memories one by one and became a part of his memories. After he confirmed that he'd completely grasped it, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses. Now, I'll start refining the rebirth pill. Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and a violet-colored pill flame flickered in his hand, and traces of copper were suffused around it. It was precisely the violet copper pill flame. Chapter 651. Along with the Grade 3 pill fire burning, Duan Lingtian's gaze stared with incomparable concentration at the cauldron before him. Presently, the cauldron was already a Grade 3 spirit weapon and was capable of resisting the assault of a Grade 3 pill fire. Even if the Grade 3 pill fire fused into it, it wouldn't be able to melt or destroy it. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian casually raised his hand and skillfully grabbed a few medicinal materials before stuffing them into the cauldron. Subsequently, the pill fire that lit up in Duan Lingtian's hand abruptly flashed out and slapped into the cauldron. He officially started pill refinement. The medicinal materials that Duan Lingtian threw in first were medicinal materials that were comparatively more difficult to be melted by pill fire, so they had to be placed into the cauldron first to allow the pill fire to melt them to a certain extent. Half an hour passed, and Duan Lingtian successively threw some other medicinal materials into the cauldron. For a time, only the ageless root, phoenix wing herb, and the red Luan blood that Duan Lingtian hadn't taken out from his spatial ring remained. But Duan Lingtian wasn't impatient, and he minded his own business as he used his pill fire to melt the medicinal materials within the cauldron. Another hour passed. Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of foul air. Then he excitedly picked up the ageless root, and his other hand opened the lid of the cauldron before throwing the ageless root in. Whoosh! As soon as the ageless root entered, a strand of indescribable flame arose within the cauldron, and the flame emitted an exceedingly dense medicinal smell. Bang! Subsequently, The lid of the cauldron descended and tightly covered the cauldron, whereas the movements of Duan Lingtian's hands didn't stop because of this. His palms ceaselessly spat out grade 3 pill fire that fused into the cauldron, and it seemed as if he would never know exhaustion. 15 minutes later, Duan Lingtian opened the cauldron once more. This time, he put in the phoenix feather grass. After the phoenix wing herb is placed in, the rebirth pill will take form after another half an hour of refining. But if I want the rebirth pill to completely take form, then the red Luan blood must be fused into it at the instant it comes out of the cauldron. Duan Lingtian clearly remembered this memory from Emperor Wu of Samsara. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After a short moment, only the sound of the grade 3 pill fire in Duan Lingtian's hand pressing into the cauldron remained in the room. Half an hour passed quickly. Success. Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly brightened. He withdrew his right hand, and the third-grade pill fire was extinguished. In that instant, Duan Lingtian's right hand landed on the cauldron. In the next moment, a pa sound was heard. Whoosh! A crimson bolt of lightning instantly swept out from the side of the medicinal cauldron. A wisp of crimson flame seemed to be entwined within it. Nirvana pill. Duan Lingtian's eyes were sharp, and he recognized at a glance that what shot out from the medicinal cauldron was a medicinal pill wrapped in crimson flames. It was the Nirvana pill in the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian suppressed the surging emotions in his heart, and his gaze concentrated as he stared fixedly at the Nirvana pill. He knew that he couldn't be careless in the slightest at this moment. Otherwise, it would affect the final nurturing of the Nirvana pill. After the Nirvana pill left the medicinal cauldron, its surface would be covered in a layer of crimson flames. This was something that Duan Lingtian knew from the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara since long ago, so he wasn't surprised. Besides that, he also knew. If he wanted to allow the Nirvana pill to possess the strongest medicinal strength, then he must drip the red Luan's blood on it in time at the instant the flames on the surface of the Nirvana pill fused with the pill. Only by allowing the Nirvana pill to absorb the red Luan's blood in time would it be able to exert the greatest medicinal strength. If I don't have the red Luan's blood, then this Nirvana pill would exist only in name. Only the red Luan's blood is able to activate the extremely formidable medicinal strength within the Nirvana pill. This was something that Duan Lingtian was extremely clear in his heart. Whereas at this moment, Duan Lingtian stared fixedly at the Nirvana pill, and he didn't dare be distracted for a moment. The strand of flames on the surface of the Nirvana pill was ceaselessly being absorbed into the Nirvana pill. In next to no time, only a trace of it remained. Now is the time. Duan Lingtian's heart shook as he abruptly raised his hand, and a drop of fiery red liquid instantly appeared in his hand. It was precisely the red Luan's blood. It was also the main medicinal catalyst required to refine the Nirvana pill. Swish! With a raise of his hand, the red Luan's blood seemed to have transformed into a red-colored bolt of lightning that swiftly flashed out and shot towards the Nirvana pill. Whereas at the instant the red Luan's blood collided with the Nirvana pill, the flames on the surface of the Nirvana pill just happened to be absorbed into the pill. At this moment, it was as if water and milk had blended together perfectly, and the red Luan's blood perfectly fused into the Nirvana pill. Instantly, a flash flashed before Duan Lingtian's eyes. With the Nirvana pill as the center, a strand of dazzling crimson-red light erupted out explosively, and it was like a small-scale scorching sun that flashed, causing Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from narrowing his eyes. In next to no time, the scorching sun gradually withdrew, and a fiery red medicinal pill that didn't seem to have any special features appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Nirvana pill. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and with a raise of his hand, he firmly grasped the medicinal pill in his hand, as if he was deeply afraid that it would slip away from his hand. The medicinal pill was warm to the touch, and at the same time, a strand of dense medicinal fragrance drifted out. When the medicinal fragrance entered his nose, it caused him to feel relaxed and happy. The Nirvana pill has finally been successfully refined. Duan Lingtian's mood surged as he casually raised his hand and put away the cauldron into his spatial ring. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian flew onto the bed and sat down cross-legged. At the same time, with a raise of his hand, he stuffed the nirvana pill into his mouth. The nirvana pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth, and it transformed into a vast warm flow that ceaselessly flowed along Duan Lingtian's throat to fuse into every part of Duan Lingtian's body. Even though the medicinal strength of the nirvana pill was divided into 1,000 strands, every single strand was extremely strong, and it caused one to feel shocked from the bottom of one's heart. Cultivate. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and at the same time, he withdrew the wind concept fragment and held it in his hand before closing his eyes and starting to cultivate. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, earth dragon form. Along with Duan Lingtian circulating his cultivation method, the origin energy in his body started to move rhythmically, and at the same time, it guided the medicinal strength of the nirvana pill to flow along his meridians. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was able to clearly feel the strengthening and transformation of his origin energy. Duan Lingtian didn't know how long had passed as he cultivated, but he felt that the time wasn't too long. In next to no time, his cultivation smoothly broke through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage. Originally, Duan Lingtian had just broken through to the 6th level of the void initiation stage not long ago, and there was still an extremely long distance from the 7th level of the void initiation stage. If he were to use mid-grade origin stones to assist in his cultivation, then he would at least need to spend half a year of time before he was confident in breaking through. But now, it seemed to not be long before he smoothly broke through. After breaking through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body moved faster and faster, and even the speed of consuming the nirvana pill's medicinal strength grew faster and faster. After breaking through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage, it wasn't long before Duan Lingtian broke through to the 8th level of the void initiation stage. Subsequently, it was the 9th level of the void initiation stage. After breaking through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage, Duan Lingtian's origin energy was still rising swiftly, and it only slowed down after rising to a certain critical point. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was able to clearly feel the boundless strength of the origin energy in his body. 9th level of the void initiation stage. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed within his eyes that were like a dazzling array of stars in the night sky. My current strength. Duan Lingtian lightly clenched his fists tightly, and his fists were suffused with origin energy. Whoosh! Instantly, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled in the sky above Duan Lingtian, and numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes gradually condensed into form. In the end, they converged into a total of 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Without using a spirit weapon or concept, he possessed the strength of 12 ancient horned dragons. It was precisely the symbol of the 9th level of the void initiation stage. The medicinal strength of the nirvana pill is overbearing as expected. If it wasn't for the restriction of concept, I might even be able to directly break through to the void interpretation stage. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh. What a pity. Presently, my wind concept is only at the 7th level. Not to mention being extremely far away from the 1st level intermediate wind concept, I'm even quite a distance away from the 9th level elementary wind concept. Wanting to break through to the void interpretation stage wasn't something that could be realized by merely attaining origin energy. Besides that, one must comprehend 1st level intermediate concept, just like Duan Lingtian now. Unless he was able to comprehend 1st level intermediate wind concept, otherwise, even if he had the assistance of the nirvana pill, it would be impossible for him to break through to the void interpretation stage. No matter what, with my current cultivation, even if I don't use my soul skill, 1,000 illusions, or a grade 1 spirit weapon or quasi-royal grade spirit weapon, it's sufficient for me to advance in the dynasty martial competition. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. I wonder what time it is now. The dynasty martial competition ought to be starting soon, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, he got off the bed and left his room. After he walked out of his room, he walked out and quickly encountered a guard of the Darkstone estate. Big brother, what time is it now? When is the dynasty martial competition starting? Even though the guard didn't know Duan Lingtian, but since Duan Lingtian was in the Darkstone estate, he was undoubtedly one of the 10 great young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire that had come to participate in the Dynasty Martial Competition this time. So he didn't dare dally. The Dynasty Martial Competition will begin 10 days from now. 10 days from now? Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and his eyes revealed slight surprise. I never imagined that I only cultivated for 20 days. In other words, I only spent 20 days to advance from the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage to the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage. When Duan Lingtian thought up to here, he couldn't help but feel slightly complacent in his heart. Traversing 3 levels in 20 days of time. Who could accomplish this? But the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill is really strong. Just the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill I've consumed now isn't even a drop in the bucket of all the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill. The more Duan Lingtian thought about it in his heart, the more excited he became. If I'm able to completely consume the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, then breaking through to the martial monarch stage ought to not be a problem. Even breaking through to the Emperor Wu stage isn't impossible. Emperor Wu stage. With the assistance of the rebirth pill, I might be able to break through to the Emperor Wu stage earlier than the second lifetime of the Emperor Wu. Chapter 652. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had only taken a few steps when he heard an aged voice calling out to him. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw an old man walking over from nearby. He wasn't unfamiliar with this old man. It was precisely one of the 2 old men that usually followed behind King Yong. Senior. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to the old man. Even though his current cultivation wasn't inferior to the old man, and he was even able to easily kill the old man by relying on his soul skill, Thousand Illusions. But Duan Lingtian didn't feel that he was any different than before because of this. He was still the Duan Lingtian of the past. He wouldn't put on airs before someone he knew in the past because of the difference in strength. The old man replied with a smile, and then he said, Duan Lingtian, someone from the Feng clan was looking for you some time ago and asked you to go to the Feng clan. But you were cultivating at that time. Feng clan? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he thought in his heart. Could it be that City Governor Feng and Tian Wu have returned? They asked someone to invite me over? He didn't know many people in the Feng clan. Besides Feng Wu Dao and Feng Tianwu, he couldn't think of anyone else. Thank you, Senior, for passing on the message. Duan Lingtian thanked the old man, and then he walked out of the Blackstone estate with the intention of heading to the Feng clan. The old man had a complicated gaze as he looked at Duan Lingtian's disappearing figure. I truly never imagined that not only does this Duan Lingtian possess shocking natural talent, even the people he knows are so extraordinary. The person that came to look for him a few days ago seemed to only be a Feng clan general. The old man was shocked in his heart. He was practically able to confirm that a person that was capable of making a Feng clan general look for Duan Lingtian was surely someone with an extraordinary status in the Feng clan. But unfortunately, he's still too young. Not to mention him, even Imo Xian would probably find it extremely difficult to advance in the Dynasty Martial Competition this time, and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The old man shook his head when he thought up to here. Obviously, he didn't think that Duan Lingtian would be able to become eminent in the Dynasty Martial Competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Duan Lingtian had just walked out of Blackstone Mansion when he couldn't help but frown. This was because, with the sharp intuition he had developed as a mercenary in his previous life, he sensed an extremely cold gaze staring at him from the dark. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as they fell on Yifutyan. Looks like the wife of the Zhang clan's patriarch hasn't given up. Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a sneer as he guessed the identity of this person. The person that came was surely sent over by the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife. Duan Lingtian was certain of this. After all, after he arrived at the capital of the Darkhan dynasty, he hadn't offended anyone, and the only people he had conflicts with was the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife and the second young master. Second level of the Void Interpretation stage? Now, Duan Lingtian's mind power had improved rapidly along with his cultivation. Presently, Duan Lingtian's cultivation had broken through to the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage. Moreover, His mind power had been pushed to the second level of the void interpretation stage as well. Relying on his current mind power, the cultivation of that void interpretation stage martial artist had no place to hide before Duan Lingtian. Since he's unable to sense my mind power, then he ought to not be an inscription master. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer, and then he walked out with large strides. When Duan Lingtian walked out, he noticed that the second-level void interpretation stage martial artist followed closely behind him and firmly followed behind him. Duan Lingtian had just turned a corner and didn't have the time to walk into the remote alley ahead. Swoosh! The void interpretation stage martial artist made a move, and his movements were swift like a storm, causing it to be impossible to guard against. As a martial artist at the void interpretation stage, he didn't have too many worries. Duan Lingtian had only just left the path before the Darkstone estate when he made a move. Oomph! At practically the instant the void interpretation stage martial artist made a move, the mind power that Duan Lingtian stretched out reacted, and he couldn't help but snort coldly. 1,000 illusions. In practically an instant, a dim light flickered within Duan Lingtian's eyes as he directly fused his mind power into the soul brand in the depths of his soul and executed the soul skill that belonged solely to him. Instantly, an illusory space was constructed by him, and it enveloped not far behind him, whereas the void interpretation stage martial artist had come precisely from there. After a short moment, the void interpretation stage martial artist entered the illusory space, and his entire body was affected, causing him to stop moving before flashing towards the other side, and he attacked like the wind. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As a void interpretation stage martial artist, this person attacked extremely swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, waves of ear-piercing howls of the wind were caused. At the same time, the airflow in the air pulsated and gave rise to waves of violent winds that blew towards the nearby Duan Lingtian, and it caused the clothes on Duan Lingtian to flutter. Oomph! Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold as he walked step by step towards this void interpretation stage martial artist with the intention of killing him. Even though the strength of this void interpretation stage martial artist far surpassed him. But now, the void interpretation stage martial artist had fallen into his illusory space and was utterly unguarded. So it was extremely easy for him to kill the void interpretation stage martial artist. But in next to no time, Duan Lingtian stopped moving, because he noticed that another person had arrived. Swoosh! A figure that was even swifter than the void interpretation stage martial artist that had fallen into Duan Lingtian's illusory space flashed over, and in the blink of an eye, the figure had arrived nearby Duan Lingtian. This figure wasn't unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. King Yong. Duan Lingtian's gaze lit up as he recognized the person that had arrived. King Yong nodded to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, King Yong's expression was extremely unsightly, and the cinnabar mole between his brows had even become slightly deeper, seeming to be announcing the rage in his heart. I noticed him earlier. I never imagined that he'd actually come for you. At the same time that King Yong spoke with a low voice, he strode out. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, a palm print whistled out and instantly descended onto the chest of the void interpretation stage martial artist, directly killing him. At this moment, King Yong didn't even notice that something was off. Fourth level of the void interpretation stage. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force had truly detected King Yong's cultivation. When King Yong made a move, not to mention this second-level void interpretation stage martial artist that had fallen into the illusory space created by Duan Lingtian's soul skill, 1,000 illusions, even if Duan Lingtian didn't create the illusory space, he would still die for sure. Duan Lingtian, who did you offend? There's actually a void interpretation stage martial artist that wants to deal with you. King Yong looked at Duan Lingtian and frowned. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly, and then he didn't conceal anything and spoke of the conflict between him and the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife. Zhang clan? Slight fear appeared on King Yong's face when he heard this. That Zhang clan isn't simple. Moreover, I heard that the wife of the Zhang clan's patriarch later on had an extremely extraordinary background. Duan Lingtian nodded. He wasn't surprised by this. When he brought those 3 corpses to the Zhang clan that day, He'd heard that those 3 people were part of the dowry of the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife when she married into the Zhang clan all those years ago. Obviously, the wife of the Zhang clan's patriarch had a power with extraordinary strength behind her. Where do you intend to go? King Yong asked. The Feng clan. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly as he spoke. Feng clan? King Yong was stunned, and then he said, I heard that a member of the Feng clan came looking for you a few days ago. You know a member of the Feng clan? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. You've offended the wife of the Zhang clan's patriarch and are in an extremely dangerous situation. How about this? I'll send you over. King Yong said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was first stunned when he heard King Yong, and then he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, King Yong. There's no need to thank me. If that little she-devil finds out that something has happened to you, then wouldn't she make an example out of me? King Yong shook his head and smiled, and as he finished speaking, the corners of his mouth seemed to carry slight bitterness. Duan Lingtian naturally knew who the little she-devil King Yong spoke of was, and he couldn't help but laugh embarrassedly. Even an existence at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage like King Yong was extremely afraid of that little girl, Xuanai. It truly caused him to be at a loss for words. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and King Yong walked side by side towards the Feng clan. Young Master Lingtian. The two of them had just arrived at the entrance of the Feng clan when a Feng clan guard walked forward and bowed to Duan Lingtian. It's you. Duan Lingtian recognized this guard as this Feng clan guard was amongst them when he first came to the Feng clan. Young Master Lingtian, the eldest master said, so long as you come, then he'll directly invite you in. The Feng clan guard spoke respectfully. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he looked at King Yong and smiled. King Yong, come in with me. It just so happens that I can introduce the Feng clan's eldest master to you. Early on when the Feng clan guard finished speaking, King Yong was stunned. The Feng clan's eldest master? Even though he was only a king of the Darkstone Empire, he was the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire at the same time, and he usually liked to wander about the Darkhan dynasty, because only in the Darkhan dynasty was he able to find the passion that belonged to him. In the Darkhan dynasty, there were many independent cultivators at the void interpretation stage that could spar with him, whereas the reason he possessed his current cultivation was precisely because he'd ceaselessly sparred with the void interpretation stage experts of the Darkhan dynasty for many years. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult for him to break through to the 4th level of the void interpretation stage with his natural talent. After wandering about in the Darkhan dynasty for a long time, he naturally knew some things about the Darkhan dynasty in detail. Amongst them, the Feng clan's eldest master was a name that reverberated like thunder in his ears since long ago. Supposedly, the Feng clan's eldest master was the #1 young expert of the Darkhan dynasty a few tens of years ago. Later on, his cultivation even caught up to the 2 great ancestors of the Feng clan. At that time, the age of the Feng clan's eldest master wasn't even half the age of the 2 ancestors of the Feng clan. As far as he was concerned, presently, the cultivation of the Feng clan's eldest master might have even surpassed the 2 ancestors. It was even to the extent that the eldest master's cultivation could be compared with that person in the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. All right. King Yong didn't refuse Duan Lingtian's invitation, and he followed Duan Lingtian into the Feng clan estate. And under the lead of the Feng clan guard, they moved through the Feng clan estate. Duan Lingtian, how do you know the Feng clan's eldest master? Chapter 653. After all, although the age of the Feng clan's eldest master was around the same as King Yong, the Feng clan's eldest master, however, to the Prince of Yong, this was an unreachable existence. The Feng clan was a formidable clan that was only inferior to the imperial family in the Darkhan dynasty, and the experts within the Feng clan were numerous like the clouds. Merely the existences at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage, or above, were almost 10. 2 of them were said to be at the 8th level void interpretation or above. Supposedly, the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wu Dao, was already on par with the 2 great ancestors of the Feng clan a few years ago. Most importantly, he was still young. His cultivation could still be improved. I got to know him by chance. Duan Lingtian smiled, but did not elaborate. What was he supposed to say? Could it be that because of an extremely outrageous prophecy, Feng Wu Dao brought his daughter to a city in the south of the Darkstone Empire and became the city governor of that city? Then, he helped his daughter set up an arena to find a spouse through a martial competition? The Prince of Yong nodded his head. He was a smart man. He could tell that Duan Lingtian didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't ask. However, when he thought of how he was about to meet the legendary great figure, the Prince of Yong's breathing couldn't help but become hurried. The Prince of Yong, the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire, unhindered for half of his life. When had he ever lost his composure like this before? After a short while, Duan Lingtian and the Prince of Yong, under the guidance of the Feng family guard, arrived before a residence within a residence. You can go back. I'll do it. Seeing that the Feng family was about to knock on the door, Duan Lingtian spoke. Young Master Lingtian, I'll take my leave first. The Feng family guard respectfully nodded to Duan Lingtian and immediately retreated. The Prince of Yong was completely disregarded by him. Of course, the Prince of Yong was not dissatisfied. Not to mention that the other party did not know his identity. Even if the other party knew his identity, they would definitely not be afraid of him. Although he was only a family general, he was a family general of the Feng clan. Even if it was him, perhaps he could assassinate a Feng clan general, but if he were to brazenly kill a Feng clan general before a member of the Feng clan, he would absolutely not dare. How could the dignity of the Feng clan be something that a prince of a tiny empire like him could disrespect? Dong, dong. Duan Lingtian took 2 steps forward and knocked on the door of the mansion. Not long after, Duan Lingtian heard a rush of footsteps coming from inside. Immediately after, creak, the door opened, and an old and thin figure stepped out, appearing in front of Duan Lingtian. Granny Su. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded at the old woman who opened the door. Young Master Lingtian. Seeing Duan Lingtian, Grandma Su squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Immediately afterwards, Granny Su's gaze landed on the Prince of Yong behind Duan Lingtian. This is King Yong, a king of the Darkstone Empire, and he's also the person in the lead that brought me to the Dark Han Dynasty's capital to participate in the Dynasty Martial Competition. Duan Lingtian smiled and introduced them to Grandma Su. Prince of Yong? Granny Su's gaze descended onto Prince Yong, and then she nodded indifferently. I've heard of you, the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire. You flatter me. Prince of Yong hurriedly spoke modestly. Young Master Lingtian, please. In next to no time, Grandma Su invited Duan Lingtian into the mansion. As for Prince of Yong, she paid no further attention to him. On the other hand, Prince of Yong wasn't surprised. Since this old woman was staying in the Feng clan's eldest master's mansion, her identity in the Feng clan was presumably not simple. Even if her strength was inferior to him, she wasn't someone he could offend. In next to no time, Grandma Su welcomed Duan Lingtian and Prince of Yong into the audience hall within the mansion. The audience hall was completely empty. Young Master Lingtian, I'll go invite the eldest master over. Grandma Su bid her farewells to Duan Lingtian before turning around and walking out. Not long after Grandma Su left, Duan Lingtian heard a wave of hurried footsteps. Prince of Yong's expression became serious when he heard this. Only Duan Lingtian looked out of the audience hall with a grin on his face. In next to no time, an aged figure appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and Prince of Yong, and it caused Prince of Yong to be unable to help but be stunned. It isn't that eldest master of the Feng clan? Elder Kong. Duan Lingtian revealed a brilliant smile when he saw the old man. The person that had appeared before him and Prince of Yong was none other than Elder Kong that he'd met in Phoenix Nest City that day. Elder Kong's cultivation was extraordinary, and at the same time, he was an inscription master. In the entire Dark Han dynasty, his skill in inscription was second to none. In the territory of the Dark Han dynasty, if he said he was second in the Tao of inscriptions, then no one would dare say they were first. Haha, Brother Duan, we meet again. When he saw Duan Lingtian once more, Elder Kong laughed heartily, and his eyes were filled with recollection. In his eyes, Duan Lingtian wasn't just a simple young man. Even he admired the accomplishments of this young man in the Tao of inscriptions to the extreme. Moreover, he learned a great deal of things from this young man that day. It was precisely because of the guidance of this young man that his accomplishments in the Tao of Inscriptions were able to improve in a short period of time. Yes, we meet again. Duan Lingtian nodded. Elder Kong? On the other hand, Prince of Yong, who stood by Duan Lingtian's side, was stunned once more when he heard the way Duan Lingtian addressed the old man. Elder Kong. He was naturally not unfamiliar with this name. There were many outstanding inscription masters in the Darkhan dynasty, and they were capable of inscribing various miraculous inscriptions. Amongst these inscription masters, there was one person that was the most outstanding. That person was an honored elder of the Feng clan, and he was called Elder Kong. Supposedly, in the Darkhan dynasty, the attainments of the Feng clan's Elder Kong in the Tao of Inscriptions was unparalleled, and only a few inscription masters in a few dynasties had the qualifications to be on equal footing with Elder Kong. In the Darkhan dynasty, Elder Kong's reputation wasn't inferior to the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wu Dao. Brother Duan. This is? Meanwhile, Elder Kong noticed King Yong as well. This is King Yong. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian introduced King Yong to Elder Kong. King Yong? I've heard of you, the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire. Your cultivation isn't bad. Elder Kong sized King Yong up from top to bottom before nodding indifferently. Elder Kong. Even though Elder Kong had only greeted King Yong indifferently, King Yong didn't dare be disrespectful and hurriedly bowed respectfully. Not to mention the attainments of the old man before him in the Tao of Inscriptions, even the old man's cultivation was something that was difficult for him to reach. Elder Kong similarly paid no further attention to King Yong, and he got along well with Duan Lingtian instead. This caused King Yong to be more or less embarrassed. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had noticed this as well, and he occasionally brought King Yong into the topic, allowing King Yong to avoid a great deal of embarrassment. Lingtian. Not long after, a clear voice sounded out from outside in a timely manner. Subsequently, a dignified middle-aged man in a fiery red robe strode in with a majestic gait and an extraordinary imposing aura. A young woman followed by the side of the dignified middle-aged man like a shadow followed closely behind him. The young woman wore red clothes and was like a spirit of fire. Besides that, she had a peerlessly beautiful face that could captivate even birds and beasts. Her black brows were picturesque, her eyes were like 2 drops of autumn water, her fine nose, red lips, white teeth, and her natural and tranquil features drew out a perfect outline, causing her to be breathtakingly beautiful. She was like a celestial maiden that had descended into the mortal world. Elder Brother Duan. The red-clothed young woman's peerlessly beautiful face revealed slight pleasant surprise when she saw Duan Lingtian. City Governor Feng. Duan Lingtian first nodded with a smile to the dignified middle-aged man, and then he looked at the red-clothed young woman, Tian Wu. The people that had arrived were precisely Feng Wudao and Feng Tianwu. Haha, Kid Lingtian, you've finally come. Feng Wudao laughed loudly and walked over to Duan Lingtian in a short moment before nodding with satisfaction. Not bad. You're even more robust than before. I heard Grandma Su say that you've obtained the qualifications to participate in the Dynasty Martial Competition in the Darkstone Empire. Looks like your current cultivation isn't bad. It's all right. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. Elder Brother Duan. Feng Tianwu left Feng Wudao's side to stand by Duan Lingtian's side, and her beautiful face blushed slightly as she was slightly restrained. You've come. Duan Lingtian nodded. I've come. Feng Tianwu seemed to have thought of something when she heard Duan Lingtian's agreement, and the rosy glow on her beautiful face became even more obvious and visible. A grown girl can't be kept at home. That kid Lingtian has only just arrived, yet Wu-er, you've already left me, your father, to stand by his side. Feng Wudao pretended to sigh. Father, what are you talking about? Instantly, Feng Tianwu was embarrassed to the point of wishing for nothing more than to drill a hole in the ground and hide in it, whereas her face became even redder as if blood would drip out from it. All right, I won't joke with you. That kid Lingtian. This is? In next to no time, Feng Wudao's gaze descended onto King Yong. King Yong was truly too conspicuous. His figure was robust, his appearance dignified, and especially the cinnabar mole between his brows was extremely obvious. City Governor Feng, he's King Yong. Duan Lingtian introduced him once more. King Yong? The #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire, a well-deserved reputation. Feng Wudao's eyes revealed a trace of surprise as he nodded. Thank you for taking care of that kid Lingtian all along the way. Thank you. Lord Wudao, you're too courteous. Since Duan Lingtian came from our Darkstone Empire, I have to take good care of him no matter what. Before Feng Wudao, King Yong's breathing became hurried once more as his heartbeat quickened. Even though he was the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire and was respected by the people of the Darkstone Empire, but before Feng Wudao, he didn't dare put on any airs. You're very good. Feng Wudao nodded and smiled to King Yong. For a time, King Yong was slightly overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Kidling Tian, I'm not a city governor anymore. In the future, you can just call me Uncle Feng. Feng Wudao spoke to Duan Lingtian with an extremely amiable tone, and he was like a kind senior. Yes, Uncle Feng. Duan Lingtian hurriedly nodded. The dynasty martial competition is 10 days from now. At that time, Tianwu will be participating as well. The Tianwu of today isn't the Tianwu of the past. You'll probably suffer a loss when encountering her. As he finished speaking, Feng Wudao couldn't help but laugh. He still remembered that it was his daughter that had suffered a loss before Duan Lingtian. Chapter 654. Perhaps. Duan Lingtian glanced at Feng Tianwu, who was by his side when he heard this, and then he smiled lightly. Actually, early on when Feng Tianwu had just made an appearance, his spiritual force had already stretched out and detected Feng Tianwu's cultivation. 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. Feng Tianwu's cultivation caused Duan Lingtian to be shocked. But when he thought of how Feng Tianwu possessed the fire spirit body, Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. As an innate spirit body, their cultivation speed was usually extremely swift, and especially their comprehension of force and concept was even exceedingly swift. For example, Feng Tianwu possessed the fire spirit body, so the speed of her comprehension of fire force and fire concept was something that was utterly impossible for an ordinary person to imagine. Perhaps, the speed at which Tianwu comprehended the fire concept is not inferior to the speed at which a martial artist with extremely high comprehension ability and a fire concept fragment comprehended the fire concept. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. But Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was able to detect Feng Tianwu's current cultivation, yet he was unable to know to what level her comprehension of fire concept had attained. Father, what are you talking about? Big brother Lingtian is surely stronger than me. When she saw Duan Lingtian looking over, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face that had just calmed down once again flushed slightly red as she spoke to Feng Wudao at the same time. Her words were filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. Feng Wudao couldn't help but laugh bitterly when he saw his daughter protecting Duan Lingtian like this. Lingtian, have you awakened an innate spirit body now? Feng Wudao looked at Duan Lingtian and asked via voice transmission. There was a trace of seriousness in his tone. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head and replied via voice transmission. Uncle Feng, I think that prophecy would. No? Duan Lingtian hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Feng Wudao via voice transmission, and his tone was resolute and decisive. Very clearly, Feng Wudao blindly believed in that prophecy. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly, speechless. Wait a little longer. In another 2 or 3 years, you will only be 30 years old. Who knows, you might be able to awaken the water spirit body or ice spirit body within these 2 or 3 years. Feng Wudao continued via voice transmission. If I don't awaken that innate spirit body by the age of 30, Uncle Feng, can you be sure that the prophecy is not accurate? Duan Lingtian asked. Even if you're unable to awaken the innate spirit body at the age of 30, so long as Wu isn't able to meet a possessor of the water spirit body or the ice spirit body before the age of 29, I hope that you can marry her and become one with her. As Feng Wudao finished speaking via voice transmission, his tone was filled with seriousness. Obviously, if it was really like that, then even though he still believed that prophecy, he was still slightly shaken. If it really came to that time, he would rather treat it as a last resort than allow his daughter to face the danger of the fire spirit body exploding. Duan Lingtian was instantly speechless when he heard this. But he knew as well that he'd already become the only person in Feng Wu Dao's eyes that could save Feng Tianwu. That prophecy. Now, Duan Lingtian was truly slightly speechless, and he didn't know why that prophecy would choose him. Even though he possessed extraordinary fortuitous encounters, and had even fused with the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, but he really didn't feel that he was able to save Feng Tianwu. The fire spirit body was too troublesome. This was something he'd found out about from the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara since long ago. But Duan Lingtian knew as well that since Feng Wu Dao had made a decision, then it was useless no matter what he said. I only hope that it won't really come to that state. If it really comes to that state, then I can only give it a try and see if I'm able to help Tian Wu overcome that calamity. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. If I'm unable to help Tian Wu, then I can be considered to have tried my best and have no regrets. If I'm able to save Tian Wu, then I'll surely fulfill the responsibility of a man and be responsible to Tian Wu. Duan Lingtian quickly made a decision in his heart. Uncle Feng, I heard you intend to allow Tian Wu to stand at the front of the stage? Duan Lingtian recalled what Grandma Su had said that day and couldn't help but ask. Yes. Feng Wu Dao nodded and glanced at Feng Tianwu with tender affection. During these past few years, Tian Wu has been following silently by my side, and not many people know of her existence. This time, I want everyone to know that the Feng clan has such a little princess. Feng Wu Dao's words obviously carried slight guilt. Duan Lingtian, who knew the reason for everything, naturally knew why Feng Wu Dao would feel guilty. On the other hand, Feng Tianwu didn't know. Father, so long as I'm by your side, I don't care if others know that I'm your daughter or not. Feng Tianwu walked to Feng Wu Dao's side and held his hand as she spoke with a gentle voice. Suddenly, a voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, I want to have a chat with Lord Wu Dao. Duan Lingtian nodded to King Yong, and then he looked at Feng Tianwu and said, Tian Wu, bring me around your Feng clan estate. Feng Tianwu nodded slightly shyly when she heard this. All right, Uncle Feng, please properly entertain King Yong with Elder Kong. All along the way, King Yong has taken great care of me. Before Duan Lingtian left with Feng Tianwu, he spoke to Feng Wu Dao and Elder Kong. Feng Wu Dao and Elder Kong glanced at each other when they heard this, and then they shook their heads and smiled. Both of them had lived for more than half their lives, so they were naturally able to discern the deep meaning within Duan Lingtian's words. Undoubtedly, he hoped that the two of them would properly entertain King Yong. During these past few years, there's practically no companions of the same age by Tianwu's side. Help me take good care of Tianwu. Feng Wu Dao glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian before replying. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian left the audience hall with Feng Tianwu, and they left the vast estate within the estate. After walking out of the estate, Duan Lingtian thought of something, and he looked at Feng Tianwu as he asked with slight hesitation. Tianwu, I heard that you haven't really come into contact with the other members of the Feng clan since you were young. Are you familiar with this Feng clan estate? Elder brother Duan, don't worry. Feng Tianwu smiled. Even though I haven't really come into contact with the other members of the Feng clan in the past, I still frequently wandered around the Feng clan estate. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Duan Lingtian instead didn't know that even though the other members of the Duan clan didn't know of Feng Tianwu's identity, they knew of the existence of a person like Feng Tianwu. Of course, in their eyes, Feng Tianwu was only the granddaughter of Grandma Su. They'd never connected Feng Tianwu with the eldest master, Feng Wu Dao. Under the lead of Feng Tianwu, Duan Lingtian started to wander around the Feng clan estate. Needless to say, the Feng clan estate was extremely large, and the two of them wandered around for a long time before they'd walked through a small corner of the Feng clan estate. Elder brother Duan, I liked to come here the most when I was young. Every time Grandma Su fetched water over, I would splash it all over her. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had arrived before a large well, and Feng Tianwu spoke with a smile. Presently, Feng Tianwu looked like a child that hadn't grown up, pure and naive. Duan Lingtian's gaze was complicated as he looked at Feng Tianwu, and he sighed in his heart. Why is the heavens so unfair to such a good girl? Never mind that her background was bumpy. Moreover, the heavens even gave her the fire spirit body. All along the way, Duan Lingtian followed behind Feng Tianwu, and they'd unknowingly arrived at a place near the central area of the Feng clan estate. Elder brother Duan, the martial practice grounds of our Feng clan estate, is after passing through the corridor ahead. Feng Tianwu pointed ahead in the distance as she spoke. Duan Lingtian nodded, and he headed towards the martial practice grounds with Feng Tianwu. The martial practice grounds of the Feng clan estate was extremely vast, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be astounded. What a large martial practice grounds! Duan Lingtian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The martial practice grounds of the Feng clan estate was absolutely the largest martial practice grounds he'd seen in the past. Presently, the martial practice grounds were bustling with people coming and going. There were even many people sparring, and it attracted many people to watch. Feng Hao, she's a member of your Feng clan? Her appearance isn't bad. Suddenly, a frivolous voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and the voice came from behind him. Obviously, it was said by the person behind him. Sort of. Soon, another voice sounded out. She seems to be the granddaughter of the personal servant girl of the previous generation's Feng clan patriarch's wife. However, she's extremely cold. In the past, I've struck up a conversation with her, but she never paid attention to it. Now, Duan Lingtian could be considered to have heard it. It turned out that the person these two voices were discussing was precisely Feng Tianwu, who was by his side. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but glance at Feng Tianwu. On the other hand, Feng Tianwu instead had a calm expression, and it was as if she utterly didn't hear the conversation between the two people. But when Feng Tianwu noticed Duan Lingtian looking over, she instead lightly shook her head and sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Elder brother Duan, there's no need to pay attention to boring people. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. But in next to no time, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face froze. The granddaughter of the personal servant girl of the previous generation's patriarch's wife? In this way, she's only a lowly servant girl? The person who spoke first spoke again. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could notice that Feng Tianwu's delicate figure trembled slightly, and her pair of beautiful eyes that were like water even revealed an expression of rage. Whoosh! Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian moved. Whirlwind! Duan Lingtian's movements were extremely swift, swift like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he flashed behind him. Slap! A resounding slap sounded out. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's figure finally stopped. Presently, Duan Lingtian coldly stared at the young man in luxurious clothes who was wailing while covering his face, and said in a deep voice, "Clean your mouth." Duan Lingtian's words were filled with coldness. Elder brother Duan. At this moment, Feng Tianwu stood beside Duan Lingtian as well. Her beautiful face was crimson red, and there seemed to be a trace of happiness mixed within. "Little kid, you dare hit me. Do you know who I am?" The young man in luxurious clothes rubbed the swollen half of his face as he spoke inarticulately, and his voice was filled with coldness. "Kid, who are you? You actually dare trespass into our Feng clan." At this moment, another young man standing beside the young man in luxurious clothes stared at Duan Lingtian and shouted. Chapter 655. You dare touch me when you don't know who I am. I think you're tired of living. The young man grunted coldly as he glared angrily at Duan Lingtian, and he seemed as if he wished for nothing more than to transform into a ferocious beast and directly swallow Duan Lingtian. "Kid, this is the Yi clan's second young master. You even dare touch him? I think you're purely courting death." The Feng clan disciple that stood by the young man's side, Feng Hao, looked at Duan Lingtian as he sneered. "Yi clan?" Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Subsequently, under the complacent gaze of the young man, Duan Lingtian shook his head. "I'm sorry, I've been in the capital for over half a year, yet I've never heard of the Yi clan. Is the Yi clan very awesome?" As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian had a curious expression as he sized up the young man and Feng Hao. You. The complacent smile on the young man's face instantly froze, and he was angered to the point his body started to tremble as he stretched out his finger to point at Duan Lingtian. But he didn't know what to say. The young man hadn't even heard of the Yi clan. So how could the young man know of the Yi clan's second young master? The Yi clan is a formidable clan that's only inferior to the imperial family and our Feng clan in the Darkhan dynasty. This person by my side is even the second son of the Yi clan's current patriarch, young master Yi Xiang. Feng Hao stared coldly and indifferently at Duan Lingtian with an expression that said, "You're dead." Only inferior to the imperial family and the Feng clan? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Didn't that mean that this Yi clan could be compared with the Zhang clan? I'm sorry, I've still not heard of it. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and from the beginning until the end, he had a carefree expression. As for Feng Tianwu, who stood by Duan Lingtian's side, she didn't care even more. What a joke. Who was her father? The Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, an existence that seemed to have already surpassed the two ancestors of the Feng clan. In other words, he was suspected to be the #1 expert in the Feng clan, a clan that was even inferior to the Feng clan. She didn't take it to heart at all. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Hao and Yi Xiang's expressions became even more unsightly. Kid, you still haven't told me who you are and why you've appeared in our Feng clan. Feng Hao said in a low voice, our Feng clan isn't a place that just anyone can enter, especially this area. If one doesn't have the permission of a direct descendant of our Feng clan, then it's impossible for outsiders to approach. At this point, Feng Hao shifted his gaze and looked deeply at Feng Tianwu. It was as if he was saying, you don't seem to have the qualifications to bring people here, right? Seeing the way Feng Hao looked at Feng Tianwu, Duan Lingtian naturally guessed Feng Hao's thoughts and couldn't help but laugh. He was very curious. If Feng Hao found out that Tianwu was the only daughter of the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, what expression would he have? He truly anticipated that scene. Feng Tianwu ignored Feng Hao and completely ignored him. Haha. At this moment, Duan Lingtian started laughing instead, chuckling. You said earlier that if one doesn't have the permission of a direct descendant of the Feng clan, then it's impossible for outsiders to approach this area, right? Duan Lingtian replied with a question. Of course. Feng Hao nodded. Then, could it be that he obtained the permission of a direct descendant of the Feng clan by being in this area now? Duan Lingtian glanced lazily at Yi Xiang as he asked once more. You. Yi Xiang's mood had already calmed down slightly, and he was only staring hatefully at Duan Lingtian. Now, when he heard Duan Lingtian mention him, he couldn't help but become even more furious. Kid, looks like you're really courting death. Want to kill me? That'll depend on if you have the ability. Duan Lingtian ridiculed. As the second young master of the Yi clan, Yi Xiang wasn't a person with a good temper. Now that he was provoked by Duan Lingtian like this, he instantly exploded. Then I'll allow you to experience my ability. Yi Xiang shouted out explosively as the origin energy on his body skyrocketed, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a fierce tiger that opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards Duan Lingtian, seeming as if he wanted to bite Duan Lingtian to death with a single bite. At the same time that Yi Xiang's figure flashed out, 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above him. Along with him dashing towards Duan Lingtian, another 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. The strength of 5 ancient horned dragons. Second level of the Void Initiation stage, second level elementary concept. After he discerned Yi Xiang's cultivation, the disdain on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth grew even deeper. Presumptuous. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to make a move, a delicate shout of rage sounded out abruptly. A figure that was like a flame spirit flashed out, and it was like a ball of flames that swept towards Yi Xiang. In the next moment, Yi Xiang let out a shrill cry as his entire body was blasted flying like an arrow that had left the bow. Bang! Yi Xiang fiercely fell to the ground and rolled a few times successively, and he was in an extremely sorry state. At this moment, a fiery red figure had appeared before Duan Lingtian. It was precisely Feng Tianwu. The change before his eyes was too sudden, and it caused Feng Hao to be unable to react to it for a short while. Yi Xiang. When he recovered from his shock, his face went grim, and he hurriedly helped Yixiang up. You actually dared make a move against young Master Yixiang. You lowly servant. Feng Hao looked at Feng Tianwu with a tone that was filled with rage. In his eyes, Feng Tianwu was only the granddaughter of an old servant girl in the Feng clan, and even though she usually stayed in the estate of the eldest master, Feng Wu Dao, she didn't have any status. In terms of status, she was only fit to carry his shoes. A lowly servant like this actually dared to injure his friend? Damn it. Oomph. Right at this moment, a cold snort sounded out. Subsequently, a gust of wind whistling swept out, and in the next moment, a slap sounded out. Suddenly, the violet-clothed Duan Lingtian was already standing before Feng Hao and Yixiang. On the other hand, a clear palm print had appeared on Feng Hao's face, and it burned. Feng Hao let out a shrill cry, and besides hatred, there was only hatred in his gaze as he stared at Duan Lingtian. He wished for nothing more than to burn Duan Lingtian's bones and scatter his ashes. Isn't that Feng Hao? And that person by his side seems to be the Yi clan's second young master, Yixiang, right? Both of their faces have an exactly similar palm print. Looks like they were both slapped by this violet-clothed young man. My God, who's this brother? He's too awesome. Suddenly, many people were whispering in discussion as they approached the place Duan Lingtian's group of 4 were at. These people were all disciples of the Feng clan, and they were originally scattered all over the Feng clan's martial practice grounds. Now, when they noticed the commotion here, all of them surrounded over with interest. When they saw so many people surrounding them, Feng Hao and Yixiang, who felt extremely embarrassed, felt their blood surge up to their heads, and it caused them to feel their faces burn. When had they ever lost so much face in their entire lifetimes? How could they endure this? Kid, you actually dared hit me. You dare to hit me in the territory of our Feng clan? Feng Hao took a step forward and glared angrily at Duan Lingtian. Didn't you ask me earlier if Yixiang obtained the permission of the Feng clan's direct descendant higher-ups to come here? Now, I'll tell you. I, Feng Hao, am the only grandson of the Feng clan's third elder. Even if my friends don't obtain permission, they can similarly enter here. Feng Hao's tone was filled with ruthlessness, and he quickly looked at Feng Tianwu. I'm different from this lowly servant girl by your side. Her birth has bound her to have no qualifications to bring outsiders into this area. Feng Hao's voice was resolute. Yet he didn't notice that when he spoke the words lowly servant once more, the flames of rage that had been calmed down originally blazed once more in the depths of Duan Lingtian's gaze. Your mouth is truly lowly. Looks like the lesson I taught you earlier wasn't enough. Duan Lingtian spoke, and even though his tone was calm, it caused everyone present to feel a chill run down their spines. In the next moment, swoosh, Duan Lingtian moved once more, and he seemed to have transformed into a gale that swept out. At practically the exact same instant, the surrounding spectators were able to notice that the clothes on Feng Hao and Yixiang suddenly fluttered as if they were blown up by the wind. Slap. A resounding slap resounded out once more, and it was clear and ear-piercing. Subsequently, everyone saw that the other side of Feng Hao's face that was originally swollen had become red and swollen, and he'd become like a pig's head. How swift. Too swift. At the same time that the surrounding crowd of Feng clan disciples exclaimed with admiration towards Duan Lingtian's fearless courage, they were extremely shocked by Duan Lingtian's ability as well. This young man looked to be around the age of 25 at most. Even if he took good care of himself, he ought to not be more than 30. But the ability he executed earlier was obviously already at the 4th level of the Void Initiation stage, or above. Such strength was shocking. Feng Tianwu stood nearby and felt warmth in her heart as she watched Duan Lingtian stand up for her time and time again. Her peerlessly beautiful face even revealed traces of a happy smile. Presently, Feng Tianwu was simply like a celestial maiden whose heart had been moved by the mortal world, and her delicate and charming appearance caused others to wish for nothing more than to rush over and kiss her. You're dead. You're dead. Feng Hao was angered to the point his body started trembling intensely, but his voice was slightly indistinct now. The surrounding crowd of spectators weren't surprised by this. His mouth was already swollen, so how could he speak clearly? For a time, many gazes that looked at Duan Lingtian were filled with fear. Most people were curious. Who exactly was this young man? He was actually so overbearing to bash the most beloved grandson of their Feng clan's third elder into a pig's head. Moreover, the young man had obviously slapped the Yi clan's second young master, Yi Xiang, earlier. I'm dead. Duan Lingtian never imagined that Feng Hao would still dare say this at a time like this, and he couldn't help but laugh. Looks like you haven't eaten enough slaps. Do you want to try again? Presently, when the smile on Duan Lingtian's face entered into the eyes of Feng Hao, it was no different than the smile of a devil, and it caused his body to be unable to refrain from trembling. Kid, feel free to be complacent now. Your fate was already decided at the moment you made a move against me. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Chapter 656. His words seemed as if Duan Lingtian would surely die today. What? Do you still think you can kill me now? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh in ridicule when facing Yi Xiang's overestimation of his ability. I can't kill you, but the experts in my Yi clan are numerous like the clouds. Killing a little kid like you couldn't be any easier. Yi Xiang wiped off the bloodstains on the corners of his mouth and sneered repeatedly. So in this way, it's impossible for me to escape death no matter what. Even if I kill you now, I don't have to have any misgivings? Duan Lingtian smiled as he took a step forward. Duan Lingtian's action caused Yi Xiang's face to go ghastly pale, and he hurriedly shouted out, Kid, if you take another step forward, I'll make this lowly servant by your side die a graveless death as well. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian, whose face sank, abruptly attacked once more. Slap. Another slap to the point the other side of Yi Xiang's face swelled up and became a pig's head, and he followed in Feng Hao's footsteps. You. Yi Xiang was slapped by Duan Lingtian to the point he was dizzy, and he was unable to speak a complete sentence for a long time. I'll cut off the tongue of anyone that dares insult Tianwu again. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with cold lights as he shouted out in a grim voice. Instantly, Yi Xiang and Feng Hao were terrified to the point they didn't dare say another word, but an extremely vicious sheen was still mixed within the depths of their gazes. If they had sufficient strength, they would have killed Duan Lingtian long ago. Now, it was purely because they had no choice but to lower their heads when they were under someone else's roof. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed the gazes of Yi Xiang and Feng Hao, yet he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. Tianwu, it's boring here. Let's go back. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu and smiled lightly as he spoke. Feng Tianwu was originally looking at Duan Lingtian with slight infatuation. Yet when she saw Duan Lingtian looking over, she instantly lowered her head in embarrassment. But in next to no time, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face went grim. Tianwu, what's wrong? Seeing the drastic change in Feng Tianwu's expression, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Whoosh. However, Feng Tianwu didn't respond to Duan Lingtian. Her entire body directly flashed out like a ball of crimson-red flames that swept towards Feng Hao. In an instant, Feng Hao was enveloped in flames. Ah! A miserable shriek suddenly rang out, and then it abruptly stopped. In the next moment, the flames trembled and turned into a fiery red figure, revealing a graceful figure. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Feng Hao's eyes were wide open as he fell straight to the ground, completely without any signs of life. He was dead. After Feng Hao's corpse fell to the ground, the surroundings were deathly silent. The surrounding crowd of Feng clan disciples stared at the young woman that wore fiery red clothes before them, and all of them were dumbstruck and were unable to speak for a long time. After a long time, they finally regained their senses. Heavens! Am I seeing things? She killed Feng Hao? Feng Hao is the only grandson of the third elder. The third elder's son died early, and only Feng Hao remains in his line. Once Feng Hao dies, his line can be considered to have been completely cut off. Too ruthless. She killed Feng Hao. Even if she's Senior Su's granddaughter, the eldest master is probably unable to protect her. Yeah, no matter how much the eldest master respects Senior Su's granddaughter killed the only grandson of the third elder. If the eldest master were to interfere this time, then it would probably be difficult for him to give the third elder an explanation. The crowd of Feng clan disciples whispered in discussion. Many people looked at Feng Tianwu and couldn't help but shake their heads as their eyes revealed traces of pity. Obviously, they didn't feel that Feng Tianwu would be able to survive. Tianwu. When he saw Feng Tianwu directly make a move to kill Feng Hao, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned. But he was only stunned for a moment. After glancing indifferently at Yi Xiang, who stood at the side with a trembling body, Duan Lingtian's gaze moved onto Feng Tianwu as he said with a light smile, "Tianwu, let's go back." Feng Tianwu's beautiful face originally seemed to be covered in a layer of ice. Yet after she heard Duan Lingtian, it gradually melted. Subsequently, she walked side by side with Duan Lingtian and left the Feng clan's martial practice grounds. Bang! Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had just left when Yi Xiang was unable to hold on any longer, and he collapsed on the ground as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. At that moment earlier, he only felt that death was so close to him. No matter if it was the violet-clothed young man or the red-clothed young woman, both of their strengths far surpassed him, and they weren't something he could compare to. Killing him was extremely easy. Now, he only felt that he'd gotten back his life. But when he thought of the humiliation he suffered earlier, his eyes still flashed with frightening cold lights. So what if the two of you are strong? You're only two juniors in the end. Humiliating me, the Yi clan's second young master, in public is equivalent to slapping the Yi clan's face. Let me see how the two of you endure the rage of my Yi clan's patriarch. Yi Xiang took a deep breath and seemed as if he'd been injected with chicken blood as he abruptly stood up and walked out of the Feng clan estate. As for the corpse of his friend, Feng Hao, he didn't pay any attention to it. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had arrived outside the estate within the estate that Feng Wu Dao resided in. Elder brother Duan, why aren't you asking me why I killed him? The atmosphere that seemed to be exceedingly calm all along the way was finally broken by Feng Tianwu. There's no need to ask. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled lightly. Since you've personally made a move, then it's naturally because he said something that he shouldn't have said. He surely deserves death. His words were filled with unconditional support towards Feng Tianwu. On the other hand, a wisp of a smile finally appeared on Feng Tianwu's face when she heard Duan Lingtian. Elder brother Duan, let's go back. Feng Tianwu called out to Duan Lingtian, and the two of them returned to the estate within the estate. After they returned, Duan Lingtian noticed that King Yong wasn't here anymore. He said he went back first. Besides that, I told him that you'll stay at my place for the remaining 10 days. Feng Wu Dao said to Duan Lingtian. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded and didn't refuse. Besides that, I heard of the conflict between you and the wife of the Zhang clan's patriarch. I've already asked Elder Kong to help you deal with this matter. Feng Wu Dao continued. In the future, the wife of the Zhang clan's patriarch won't cause trouble for you. Thank you, Uncle Feng. Duan Lingtian hurriedly expressed his thanks. Zhang clan? Elder brother Duan. What's going on? Feng Tianwu looked curiously at Duan Lingtian. Actually, it's nothing much, just some small matters. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian spoke of his encounter in the Zhang clan and the matter of the wife of the Zhang clan's patriarch sending people to kill him twice. What? She wants to kill you, elder brother Duan? Feng Tianwu's beautiful face went pale. Don't worry, I'm fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and then he looked at Feng Wu Dao. Uncle Feng, besides having the Zhang clan to rely on, the strength of the wife of the Zhang clan's patriarch seems to not be weak. Don't worry. Feng Wu Dao had a calm expression, and his eyes revealed strong confidence. From today onwards, the wife of the Zhang clan's patriarch will be like a mouse seeing a cat when she sees you. Duan Lingtian gasped in his heart when he heard this. At this moment, he truly realized how overbearing Feng Wu Dao was. Zhang clan. Today, the Zhang clan estate welcomed an unexpected guest. Senior Kong. Within the Zhang clan audience hall, the Zhang clan's patriarch respectfully welcomed the old man into the audience hall. As the patriarch of the Zhang clan, his identity could be considered to be extremely illustrious in the entire Darkhan dynasty. but he knew clearly in his heart that he was nothing before this old man. As the top inscription master in the Darkhan dynasty, the old man possessed an extremely lofty status, and even the Feng clan's patriarch was respectful and reverent when he saw the old man. Not to mention he was the patriarch of the Zhang clan. Patriarch Zhang, now that I speak of it, we haven't seen each other for a few years. Elder Kong glanced indifferently at the Zhang clan's patriarch. Yes. The Zhang clan's patriarch hurriedly nodded and didn't dare dally in the slightest. Subsequently, he asked, Senior Kong, may I know why you've come to my Zhang clan this time? He believed that if it wasn't for something, it would be impossible for the old man to come to his Zhang clan. Call your wife and your second son over first. Elder Kong said, Wife? Second son? The Zhang clan's patriarch's face went slightly grim when he heard this, and he said with slight fear, Elder Kong, could it be that my wife and unfilial son have offended you? If they've really offended you, Elder Kong, I'll surely not let them off easily. They haven't offended me. Elder Kong shook his head. Just call them over. The Zhang clan's patriarch heaved a sigh of relief when he heard it wasn't his wife that had caused trouble, and he replied respectfully, Yes. Subsequently, the Zhang clan's patriarch instructed the servants outside the audience hall to call his wife over. Senior Kong, on the other hand, he instead respectfully accompanied by the old man's side, as he was deeply afraid of neglecting the old man. Patriarch Zhang, I heard that your eldest son that left home for many years has returned. Moreover, his strength seems to be not bad. I really have to congratulate you. Elder Kong said to the Zhang clan's patriarch. Thank you, Senior Kong. The Zhang clan's patriarch's expression couldn't help but be slightly complicated when he heard the old man mention his eldest son, yet he was even more gratified. I've heard a little about your eldest son as well. Here, this old fellow overestimated his ability and advised Patriarch Zhang. Children and grandchildren have their own fortune. A marriage alliance is only a method for the weak to communicate. Elder Kong spoke word by word. Senior Kong's teachings are correct. The Zhang clan's patriarch nodded, yet he couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. Do you think we're all like your Feng clan? Do you think our Zhang clan has such a formidable inscription master like you, and is waiting for others to curry favor with us? But he knew clearly as well. The marriage of his eldest son had already become a foregone conclusion, and he was unable to interfere. Even if he wanted to interfere now, he was unable to. Presently, he and even the entire Zhang clan's Achilles heel was firmly grasped in the hands of his eldest son. Now, the Zhang clan was still waiting for his son to show off in the dynasty martial competition and even the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and bring honor to the Zhang clan. Patriarch, the madam and second young master have arrived. Chapter 657. Subsequently, a middle-aged woman and a young man in embroidered clothes walked into the audience hall with large strides. Come over and greet Elder Kong. The Zhang clan's patriarch looked at his wife and son as he spoke with a low voice. The people that had entered now were precisely the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife and the Zhang clan's second young master, Zhang Shou Yuan. Elder Kong? The two of them were first stunned when they heard the Zhang clan's patriarch. In next to no time, the patriarch's wife seemed to have thought of something, and she squeezed out a trace of a smile as she hurriedly stood by the side of the Zhang clan's patriarch and bowed to the old man. Elder Kong. Obviously, she'd heard of this old man of the Feng clan. Elder Kong. Zhang Shou Yuan hurriedly bowed with a smile on his face. Even though he wasn't familiar with some of the experts of the older generation of the Darkhan dynasty, but his father had warned him via voice transmission earlier, and it allowed him to realize that this old man before him wasn't simple. But in next to no time, the smiles on the faces of the Zhang clan's family of 3 froze. Along with Elder Kong grunting coldly, he instantly made a move. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, a material palm print formed from origin energy whistled out to imprint onto the woman's dantian. Instantly, the woman emitted a miserable shrill cry, and then she held her dantian as she bent down, and her body shivered. My cultivation base. My cultivation base. At this moment, the woman recovered from her shock, and her eyes almost split apart as she stared at Elder Kong with unwillingness. Why? Why? She was clearly aware of who the old man before her was. Before the old man, she was nothing, like an ant. Elder Kong, why are you doing this? The Zhang clan's patriarch's face went grim as he suppressed the flames of rage in his heart and asked with a puzzled expression. The nearby Zhang Shou Yuan was stunned since long ago. Why? Elder Kong glanced indifferently at the woman and said slowly, to tell you the truth, crippling your cultivation wasn't my intention. Elder Kong's short words caused traces of coldness to arise from the bottom of the hearts of the Zhang clan's family of 3. Who was capable of driving this old man to come to the Zhang clan? Elder Kong, you mean, this is Lord Wu Dao's intention? The patriarch couldn't help but gasp as he asked with a trembling voice. According to his knowledge, although Elder Kong was a member of the Feng clan, but even if it was the Feng clan's patriarch and those 2 ancestors of the Feng clan, it was impossible for them to order Elder Kong around. There was only one person who could order Elder Kong around. That was the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wu Dao. Clan leader Zhang, you are very smart. Elder Kong nodded. Elder Kong, why is Lord Wu Dao doing this? I really don't know how I offended him. When she heard that Feng Wu Dao was the mastermind behind the scenes, the woman's face went ghastly pale, and her eyes that originally contained slight anger instantly dimmed down without light. She was clear in her heart. If that person really wanted to make a move against her, then not to mention the Zhang clan, even if the combined forces of the Zhang clan and her maternal family were to be present, it still wouldn't be enough to fill the gaps between that person's teeth. She and that person were not on the same level at all. If she really had to describe the distance between her and that person, it would be the difference between heaven and earth. It was also because of this that she was curious about how she had offended that person. Although she was arrogant, when it came to that person, even if she was given 100 guts, she would not dare to show the slightest bit of temper. Why did you do this? Elder Kong glanced deeply at the woman. You really don't know? Elder Kong, please tell me. The woman spoke with slight unwillingness. Elder Kong grunted coldly, and then he said, early this morning, that 2nd-level void interpretation stage martial artist you sent out has already died. Swoosh. The woman's face went grim when she heard this, and her legs went weak as she collapsed to the ground. Now, you understand, right? Elder Kong asked with a calm expression. What exactly is going on? The Zhang clan's patriarch couldn't help but frown when he saw Elder Kong and his wife speaking in riddles, and he looked at his wife. The woman nodded woodenly when she heard Elder Kong, and then she seemed to have thought of something, and she raised her head with slight difficulty to look at Elder Kong. There's something I still don't understand. Why did Lord Wu Dao help him? This was something she was unable to understand no matter how she racked her brains. As far as she was concerned, Lord Wu Dao was high and mighty. Even if it was His Majesty the Emperor of the Dark Han dynasty, he wouldn't dare be disrespectful in the slightest when facing Lord Wu Dao. That kid only came from a tiny empire. Logically speaking, it was impossible for there to be any relationship between him and Lord Wu Dao. Since you're so interested to know, then I'll tell you. He's Lord Wu Dao's son-in-law. As he finished speaking, Elder Kong spoke word by word. Son-in-law? Lord Wu Dao's? For a time, it wasn't only the woman that was stunned. Even the Zhang clan's patriarch was stunned. Zhang Shou Yuan was stunned as well. Isn't that person from the Feng clan all alone? He has a daughter? Moreover, he even has a son-in-law? Lord Wu Dao said, the matter between you and him has come to an end. If you continue to be stubborn, then Lord Wu Dao doesn't mind personally making a move to make you remember. Elder Kong walked out of the audience hall as he spoke. Elder Kong only stopped when he arrived at the door, and then he turned around to glance at the woman. Once Lord Wu Dao makes a move, what will happen isn't something you and I can predict. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Kong left without looking back and vanished before the Zhang clan's family of 3. The woman had instead completely lost her strength and collapsed to the ground. Mom. Zhang Shou Yuan hurriedly squatted down and helped the woman up. Madam, what exactly is going on? The Zhang clan's patriarch looked at the woman and asked with a low voice. He'd realized that this matter was unusual. But the woman paid no attention to him and just stared blankly in a daze, and her eyes revealed traces of terror. For a time, the Zhang clan's patriarch was helpless. He was able to discern. Now, it was useless no matter how much he asked. He could only wait for his madam to recuperate and recover slightly before he would be able to ask some things. Feng clan. How? An aged and desolate voice suddenly sounded out from a spacious courtyard. In the courtyard, an aged old man was squatting on the ground as he stretched out his trembling and emaciated hand to lightly stroke the face of the young man that laid on the ground. The young man's face was pale and completely devoid of aura. Obviously, he'd been dead for a long time. After a short moment, the old man took a deep breath as his eyes revealed terrifying killing intent. No matter who you are, since you dared kill my grandson, I'll surely tear you into pieces. The Feng clan's direct line of descent was divided into numerous branches. This branch of his was passed down to his grandson, and he was the only seedling. Now, his grandson was dead, and it also meant that this branch of his was cut off from descendants. How could he not be furious? Speak. Who did it? Finally, the old man stood up and looked at the two Feng clan disciples that carried his grandson's corpse back as he asked with a low voice. It's that granddaughter of Senior Su. The two Feng clan disciples didn't dare dally and spoke hurriedly. What? Who did you say? The old man's face went grim when he heard the two Feng clan disciples, and his body couldn't help but tremble intensely as he asked once more as if he wanted to confirm something. It's that granddaughter of Senior Su. She seems to be called Tian Wu or something. One of the Feng clan disciples said, Tian Wu? Feng Tianwu? It's her. How could it be her? The old man took a few steps back successively as he closed his eyes in pain, and then he knelt on the ground with a bang, kneeling before his grandson's corpse. Others didn't know the true identity of Feng Tianwu, but how could he not know? For a time, the two Feng clan disciples looked at each other with puzzled expressions. The scene before their eyes seemed to be completely different from what they'd imagined. In their imagination, the old man ought to be seething with rage and look for trouble with the murderer, and even kill the murderer to take revenge for his one and only grandson. But now, the old man didn't do that. Moreover, he seemed to have slightly given up on himself. Both of you leave. Finally, the old man's voice sounded out abruptly, and it contained slight embarrassment mixed within, causing the two Feng clan disciples to be terrified to the point of leaving in a hurry. What's wrong with the third elder today? He wouldn't be sick, right? This isn't like his character. Yeah, the third elder has always doted on Feng Hao. Today, Feng Hao is killed, so logically speaking, he ought to directly go take revenge. But now, he seems to not have such intentions. After the two Feng clan disciples left, they discussed in light voices and were deeply puzzled. How? In the courtyard, the old man looked at the corpse before him as the grief and indignation on his face grew. Grandfather is useless. I'm unable to take revenge for you. But, no matter what, grandfather will give you justice for today's matter. After he finished speaking, the old man stood up and left the courtyard. After a short moment, the old man headed all the way to the estate within the estate that the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wu Dao, lived in. Within the estate, Duan Lingtian was chatting idly with Feng Wu Dao and Feng Wu Dao. Now, Feng Tianwu's feelings had completely calmed down, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from heaving a sigh of relief. Knock, knock. Suddenly, the sound of knocking sounded out. Along with Grandma Su opening the door, the sound of anxious footsteps entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian, who was sitting in the audience hall from afar. The person has come with ill intent. Duan Lingtian felt that something was off when he heard the footsteps. I wonder if it's that third elder or a member of the Yi clan. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he guessed in his heart. On the other hand, the smile on Feng Wu Dao's face was restrained, and his eyes emitted strands of bright lights. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu felt that the atmosphere was off as well. Eldest Master, Feng Qing requests an audience. An aged and sonorous voice clearly entered into the audience hall. Third elder? What a rare guest. Feng Wu Dao stood up and instantly vanished before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. and when he appeared once more, he was already at the entrance of the audience hall. So swift, Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but constrict. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force silently stretched out under his curiosity to sweep towards Feng Wu Dao. He wanted to detect Feng Wu Dao's exact cultivation. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that his spiritual force hadn't even approached Feng Wu Dao when it had vanished into thin air. It was like a stone that had sunk into the sea. I'm actually unable to detect Uncle Feng's cultivation with my current spiritual force? For a time, Duan Lingtian gasped in his heart. Chapter 658. Firstly, Uncle Feng's cultivation isn't at the void interpretation stage any longer, and it's extremely likely that he's broken through to the void transformation stage. Secondly, Uncle Feng is still a void interpretation stage martial artist, yet he's comprehended advanced concept. No matter which point it was, Feng Wu Dao's strength was sufficient to shock Duan Lingtian, as expected of an existence with an extraordinary status in the Feng clan. Third Elder? Feng Tianwu's face went slightly grim as she hurriedly followed up. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian naturally followed behind as well. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu followed behind Feng Wu Dao and walked slowly out of the audience hall. Outside the audience hall, an old man that was over 70 years old stood there. At this moment, the old man stared fixedly at Feng Tianwu with eyes that emitted flames, and he seemed as if he wished for nothing more than to ruthlessly destroy this beauty and kill Feng Tianwu right away. Third Elder, you're looking for me for something? Feng Wu Dao naturally noticed the old man's gaze, and his face sank as he asked, "My lord." The old man took a deep breath as his gaze moved onto Feng Wu Dao, and the hatred in his eyes transformed into boundless grief and indignation. "My only grandson was killed today. My lord, please uphold justice for me." "What?" Feng Wu Dao frowned. "What's going on?" He naturally knew the situation of the old man's line before him. His son had died young and only left behind a grandson. The death of the grandson meant that the last remaining seedling was gone, and the family line was cut off. "My lord, please uphold justice for me." The old man took this opportunity to kneel on the ground as he pleaded. For a time, Feng Wu Dao's frown grew deeper. When he saw this scene, Duan Lingtian didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly told Feng Wu Dao everything that had occurred earlier via voice transmission. He was really worried that Feng Wu Dao would agree to uphold justice for the old man. In that way, even if Tian Wu was Feng Wu Dao's own daughter, Feng Wu Dao would still have to do something to appease the old man. That was something he wasn't willing to see. After Feng Wu Dao heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, his brows knit together tightly, and then he looked at Feng Tianwu and asked with a low voice, "Tianwu, you killed Third Elder's grandson?"
Yes.
Feng Tianwu nodded and admitted it with a calm face. "Do you know that he is the only grandson of the Third Elder?" Feng Wu Dao asked. "I've heard of it." Feng Tianwu nodded. "Then why are you so ruthless?" Feng Wu Dao asked again. At this moment, even the old man kneeling on the ground could not help but look up at Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu knew in her heart that if she didn't say anything at this moment, it would definitely make things difficult for her father. So after she took a deep breath, she said bluntly, "That Feng Hao spoke rudely and humiliated me twice in succession, and elder brother Duan stood up for me. Later on, he himself was afraid of elder brother Duan, so he sent a voice transmission to threaten me. He said, if I don't accompany him tonight, not only will elder brother Duan die, but I will also die." As she spoke, Feng Tianwu's voice became colder. "So, he deserves death." Feng Tianwu looked at the old man kneeling on the ground without the slightest scruples. On the other hand, the old man's expression had completely changed after Feng Tianwu spoke the last sentence. Never had he imagined that there was such a reason behind it. "Third Elder, did you hear it clearly?" At practically the instant Feng Tianwu finished speaking, Feng Wu Dao's face was covered in a layer of ice, and he said with a low voice, "If I was present at that time, I'm afraid I wouldn't have held back as well. This daughter of mine has had a bumpy life, yet in the end, she was actually humiliated by that grandson of yours like this. Do you think that grandson of yours deserves death?" The old man's face went ghastly pale to the extreme when he heard this. "My lord, I was rash in this matter. Indeed, he deserves death." After he finished speaking, the old man stood up. After bidding his farewells to Feng Wu Dao, he left dejectedly. Ling Tian, accompany Wu to sit in the rear courtyard. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian noticed that Feng Wu Dao had looked over. Duan Ling Tian nodded as he called out to Feng Tianwu. Before he left, Duan Ling Tian didn't forget to communicate with Feng Wu Dao via voice transmission. "Uncle Feng, this third elder of your Feng clan seems to not be an easy person to deal with. I keep having the feeling that he won't let the matter go just like this." "Ling Tian, why do you think I asked you and Wu to go to the rear courtyard?" Feng Wu Dao replied with a question when he heard Duan Ling Tian. This caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to refrain from being stunned, and when he recovered from his shock, he understood Feng Wu Dao's meaning as well. It turned out that Feng Wu Dao had seen through it since long ago. "It was I who spoke out of turn." Duan Ling Tian smiled embarrassedly, and then he headed to the rear courtyard with Feng Tianwu. At the same time, he didn't forget to console Feng Tianwu. "Tianwu, you don't have to take the words of some fellows that are worse than animals to heart. Elder brother Duan, I'm fine." When she heard Duan Ling Tian's consolation, Feng Tianwu squeezed out a trace of a smile on her face. Outside the estate, after the Feng clan's third elder, Feng Qing, left, a ghastly sheen suffused his eyes. "Feng Wu Dao, your daughter ought to still not know of her origins, right? Wait until I find some evidence of our Feng clan annihilating the Long clan all those years ago. Then I'll tell her the truth all those years ago for you." Ha 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 ha. When he thought up to here, Feng Qing's expression became savage as if he'd been possessed. He knew clearly in his heart, wanting to kill Feng Tianwu and take revenge for his grandson was practically impossible. With Feng Wu Dao by Feng Tianwu's side, it was impossible for him to succeed in his entire lifetime. So he chose another method to take revenge on Feng Tianwu. After she finds out the truth all those years ago, it ought to be more painful than death. Her own grandfather was angered to death by her own mother. Her own mother committed suicide because of this. Her grandfather, grandmother, and many relatives on her mother's side. All of them died at the hands of the clan she's currently in. I'm curious, what sort of expression would she have when she finds out about all this? Feng Qing muttered to himself, but unfortunately, you're bound to be unable to see it. Right at this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded out by Feng Qing's ears. The voice seemed to be right by his ear, yet also seemed to have come from 500 kilometers away, and it was difficult to fathom. But this voice was extremely familiar to him. Just moments ago, he'd heard this voice. In the next moment, Feng Qing felt a feeling of danger envelop his heart, and it caused him to be on the verge of suffocating. Feng Wu, but unfortunately, Feng Qing was bound to be unable to finish speaking. Swish! An exceedingly swift fiery red flowing light tore through the horizon, and it seemed to have transformed into an extremely tiny shooting star that pierced into the space between Feng Qing's brows. Instantly, a bloody hole appeared between Feng Qing's brows, and blood flowed out without end. Bang! In next to no time, he fell into a pool of blood, and his eyes stared wide open as he stared blankly at the sky before gradually losing all signs of life. Very quickly, a wisp of flame suddenly jumped up between Feng Qing's brows. The flame enveloped Feng Qing's entire body in the blink of an eye, burning him to ashes. Because this place was rather remote, no one noticed the commotion here for a short period of time, and no one knew that Feng Qing was already dead. Whoosh! As if a gust of wind blew past, Feng Qing, who had turned into ashes, scattered with the wind and instantly disappeared into the air. And a fiery red figure suddenly appeared where Feng Qing was standing just now. I've already mistreated my daughter enough in my life. No matter who it is, I'll definitely not let him off if he dares to make my daughter unhappy. The owner of the fiery red figure was a dignified middle-aged man in a fiery red robe, and he was currently muttering to himself. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu stayed in the residence's backyard for a while before returning to the front courtyard. It was because there were uninvited guests in the front courtyard again. This time, there were two uninvited guests. One of them was someone that both Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were familiar with. Yi Xiang, the Yi clan's second young master. Father, it's him. He slapped me twice and desecrated our Yi clan. Yi Xiang pointed at Duan Lingtian as he spoke to the green-robed middle-aged man by his side. The green-robed middle-aged man's appearance was slightly similar to Yi Xiang, and he was obviously the Yi clan's patriarch. Presently, when the Yi clan's patriarch heard Yi Xiang, he didn't target Duan Lingtian, and he instead looked at the nearby Feng Wu Dao. Lord Wu Dao, this is, as the Yi clan's patriarch, he had unique insight. He was able to discern. The Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wu Dao, seemed to think highly of this violet-clothed young man. Him? He's my son-in-law. Feng Wu Dao glanced indifferently at the Yi clan's patriarch and said unhurriedly, no matter what patriarchy wants to do, please do as you please. Son-in-law? The Yi clan's patriarch was dumbstruck, and so was Yi Xiang. Son-in-law? How could this Feng clan's patriarch have a son-in-law? Isn't he childless? Lord Wu Dao, may I know where your daughter is now? The Yi clan's patriarch took a deep breath and couldn't refrain himself from asking. At the same time, his gaze inadvertently descended onto the red-clothed young woman that stood at the side, and he felt his scalp go numb. He was clearly aware of the conflict between his son and this pair of young man and woman. Of course, the information he knew from his son was limited. According to his son, this red-clothed young woman that was called a lowly maid by his son was only an unimportant maidservant. But now, strands of a bad premonition arose in his heart. No matter how he looked at the red-clothed young woman before him, he didn't feel that she was a maidservant, and she was more like a young Mississippi patriarchy. Are you seeing things? Isn't my daughter standing by my son-in-law's side? Feng Wu Dao spoke indifferently. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to grab Feng Tianwu's jade hand, and then he narrowed his eyes as he looked at the Yi clan's patriarch and his son, especially that Yi Xiang. Duan Lingtian intentionally glanced deeply at him. Duan Lingtian knew that Yi Xiang was about to be struck with misfortune. On the other hand, Yi Xiang's expression was as unsightly as it could be, and his body was even terrified to the point of shivering. She's Lord Wu Dao's daughter? Damnable Feng Hao. Didn't he say she was only a maidservant? Now, Yi Xiang even had the heart to whip Feng Hao's corpse. Even if he wanted to cheat someone, he didn't have to do it like this, right? Bastard. Right at this moment, the Yi clan's patriarch who'd recovered from his shock raised his hand and slapped Yi Xiang, causing Yi Xiang to feel dizzy. Chapter 659. Father. Yi Xiang was stunned, completely stunned. Didn't his father come to stand up for him? Bastard. You still have the face to call me. I don't have a son like you. The Yi clan's patriarch seemed to have transformed into an enraged guardian deity, and with a raise of his hand, he slapped Yi Xiang to the point Yi Xiang's face became swollen. But even then, he still didn't have the intention of stopping. Slap, 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 slap. Slap after slap were swung out, and Yi Xiang's face was practically split open by his father. This scene was unexpected to Duan Lingtian. With a quick thought, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected of the patriarch of a clan, he really has courage. He seems to be teaching his son a lesson, yet he's actually protecting him. Duan Lingtian had easily guessed the intentions of the Yi clan's patriarch. Today, the Yi clan's patriarch had come to denounce Duan Lingtian under the lead of Yi Xiang, and his original intention was naturally to deal with Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. But after he found out about Feng Tianwu's true identity, the Yi clan's patriarch would surely not dare have any thoughts of taking revenge. Feng Tianwu's father was Feng Wu Dao. Feng Wu Dao, the eldest master of the Feng clan. His cultivation had attained the peak of perfection, and according to rumor, he'd already surpassed the two ancestors of the Feng clan and was chasing after the strongest expert in the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. How could the Yi clan dare offend an existence like this? Slap. With a raise of his hand, the Yi clan's patriarch slapped Yi Xiang unconscious, and then he looked respectfully and reverently at Feng Wu Dao before lowering his head. Lord Wu Dao, I didn't teach my son well, and caused my unfilial son to offend your daughter and son-in-law. Lord Wu Dao, please punish me." The Yi clan's patriarch spoke extremely humbly. As for Feng Wu Dao, he had a calm expression from the beginning until the end, and it was as if everything that had occurred earlier was unrelated to him. Patriarch Yi. Finally, Feng Wu Dao spoke out and said indifferently, "Since you've already taught your son a lesson, then this matter is over. I don't wish for a similar matter to occur a second time." Yes. Thank you, Lord Wu Dao." The Yi clan leader secretly wiped away his cold sweat and respectfully responded. Subsequently, he bid his farewells to Feng Wu Dao before carrying Yi Xiang, who'd fainted, and then he hastily left the estate Feng Wu Dao resided in and left the Feng clan. Along the way, his heart bled as he looked at the flesh and blood on his unconscious son's face. In terms of martial arts talent, his second son was not as good as his eldest son. However, they were both his sons after all. They were both flesh and blood. Now that he had beaten them to such a state, it would be a lie to say that his heart did not ache. Xiang'er, don't blame father for being ruthless. Today, if it wasn't for father using this trick of injuring himself to gain father's confidence in time, it's unknown whether you'd be able to keep your life. Yi clan leader sighed. There was a saying that had always been circulated in the Dark Han dynasty. He would rather provoke the king of hell than provoke the tyrannical path. Amongst them, Wu Dao was the Feng clan's Feng Wu Dao. From this, one could see how terrifying Feng Wu Dao was. After the father and son of the Yi clan left, the spacious mansion regained its tranquility. There are still 10 days left. In these 10 days, the two of you must cultivate well. Even a 7th-level void initiation stage martial artist might not be able to advance in the dynasty martial competition. Feng Wu Dao looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu as he said with a serious expression, "As for the martial competition of the 10 dynasties at the end, it's even more intense. At that time, if one doesn't possess a cultivation at the void interpretation stage, then one would probably not have the qualifications to compete for the top 10 positions." Void interpretation stage. Feng Wu Dao's voice was resolute. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face tensed up slightly. As for Duan Lingtian, he still had a calm expression. He was mentally prepared for this since long ago, so he wasn't really surprised. "Tianwu, return to your room first. I still have some things to say to that kid, Lingtian." Feng Tianwu left under Feng Wu Dao's call, whereas Feng Wu Dao looked at Duan Lingtian instead, and the corners of his mouth unknowingly curled into a wisp of a playful smile. When he saw Feng Wu Dao looking over with a smile on the corners of his mouth, Duan Lingtian was first stunned, and then he smiled guiltily. "Uncle Feng, do you have something to say to me?" "Kid, Lingtian, I want to know what your cultivation is now. How's your comprehension of concept? I heard from Wu that you seem to be far from using your full strength when you attacked the Yi clan's second young master." Feng Wu Dao glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian as he asked, "Uncle Feng, wouldn't you know what my cultivation is and how my comprehension of concept is during the dynasty martial competition?" Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Feng Wu Dao was stunned, and then he laughed bitterly. "Kid, you're still keeping me in suspense before me. Never mind. At that time, let me see if you're a match for Wu. Grandma Su, prepare a guest room for Lingtian." Subsequently, Feng Wu Dao instructed the nearby old woman. "Yes." Grandma Su spoke respectfully before calling out to Duan Lingtian, and then she brought Duan Lingtian along to leave the entrance of the audience hall. Duan Lingtian followed behind Grandma Su and walked into a unique small courtyard. The small courtyard was extremely clean, and the rooms within it were extremely clean as well. Obviously, they were usually cleaned. He only had to prepare some daily necessities. "Young Master Lingtian, feel free to speak if you have any instructions. I won't disturb you." After she finished preparing the daily necessities for Duan Lingtian, Grandma Su bid her farewells and left before helping Duan Lingtian close the courtyard door. After Grandma Su left, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed and withdrew the wind concept fragment before closing his eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt that his feelings had completely calmed down, but he didn't circulate the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique to cultivate. Presently, his origin energy had already arrived at the limit of the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage, and he only lacked a critical factor to break through to the void interpretation stage. This critical factor was comprehending intermediate concept. At this moment, Duan Lingtian pondered slightly. He made a conclusion to the strength he possessed now. My current cultivation is at the 9th level of the void initiation stage, and merely my origin energy is comparable to the strength of 12 ancient horn dragons. Besides that, my wind concept has already broken through to the 7th level. Even though 7th level wind concept is only at the elementary stage, it's sufficient to compare to the strength of 7 ancient horn dragons. Besides that, because I don't have a concept fragment to assist in comprehension, the advancement of my lightning concept is far inferior to wind concept. As for earth concept, even though I have the 7th level advanced earth concept fragment left behind by the earth puppet in the Sword Monarch's treasure, my entire body and mind is on wind concept now, and I can't divert my attention to comprehend it for now. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Because of the assistance of the 5th level advanced wind concept fragment he obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure that day, the wind concept he comprehended advanced by leaps and bounds. Presently, he'd already comprehended it to the 7th level. With the assistance of a concept fragment, the comprehension of elementary concept has become exceedingly simple. I have a feeling that perhaps I'll be able to comprehend 8th level wind concept before the Dynasty Martial competition. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As for the other two concepts, I've only comprehended lightning concept to the 3rd level. The earth concept is the last to be comprehended, and I've only comprehended it to the 1st level. The earth concept was still all right, as with the assistance of the 7th level advanced earth concept fragment in the future, its advancement would surely be swift. When he thought of lightning concept, Duan Lingtian was slightly helpless. But it's better than nothing. 3rd level lightning concept is able to increase the strength of 3 ancient horn dragons at any rate. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. But unfortunately, I don't have a lightning concept fragment in my possession. Otherwise, the advancement of my lightning concept in the future would surely be extremely swift. Of course, Duan Lingtian only thought like this in his heart. How could a concept fragment be obtained just because one said so? Not to mention anything else, just within the territory of the Darkhan dynasty and the various dynasties in the surroundings, besides him, there might not be a second person that possessed a concept fragment. Concept fragments are too difficult to come by. Duan Lingtian sighed. There's also those 3 profundity fragments. Besides the wind concept fragment and sword concept fragment, there were still 3 profundity fragments in Duan Lingtian's possession. The profundity fragments were left behind by the white-clothed Sword Monarch. They were respectively the profundity fragments of wind, lightning, and sword. But with Duan Lingtian's current comprehension of concept, he was utterly unable to comprehend the 3 profundity fragments. Once Duan Lingtian was able to comprehend any one of the wind, lightning, and sword concepts to the 9th level advanced stage, the profundity fragments would be able to be put to use. Presently, Duan Lingtian was equivalent to sitting on a mountain of treasures, yet he was unable to take a single piece of it. Only by obtaining the authority to mine the mountain of treasures would he be able to mine the mountain of treasures. Obviously, Duan Lingtian didn't possess this authority now. Based on the current situation, it's completely meaningless for me to continue cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. The important matter at hand is to comprehend an even higher level of wind concept. Duan Lingtian had a certain level of understanding towards his plan before breaking through to the void interpretation stage. Comprehend wind concept wholeheartedly. Comprehend 8th level wind concept and even 9th level wind concept. After 9th level wind concept, the next step would be 1st level intermediate wind concept. At that time, he would be able to break through to the void interpretation stage. With this understanding, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, got off the bed, and walked out of his room to stand in the courtyard as he silently felt the breeze that blew into his face. Whereas in his hand, the wind concept fragment was tightly clenched. Wind, at the same time, Duan Lingtian's mind was completely immersed in the comprehension of wind concept. Time silently flowed by. Deep in the night, Duan Lingtian didn't move at all. Suddenly, the door to the small courtyard was opened, and an emaciated and aged figure walked in with large strides. It was an old woman. After the old woman placed the fine wine and delicacies in her hand on the stone table in the courtyard, she glanced at the violet-clothed young man that stood silently there before turning around and leaving, and she closed the courtyard door behind her. Grandma Sue, is that kidling Tion still cultivating? The old woman had only taken a few steps when she heard a voice sound out from ahead. My lord. For a time, Grandma Sue bowed respectfully to the person that had arrived. The person that had arrived was precisely Feng Wu Dao. Feng Wu Dao nodded. Young Master Ling Tian isn't cultivating, and he's standing in the courtyard instead. He seems to be comprehending concept. Grandma Sue spoke in detail of what she saw earlier. Comprehending concept? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.